and welcome to the Global Collaboration for Research and Innovation in the Hydrogen Technologies, organized by the IEA. Goal for joining us today. We encourage all the attendees to submit any questions please feel free to submit your questions through the YouTube chat. To kick off this session, I'll turn it to Paul Luques, Chair of the IEA Hydrogen TCP, and then I will call to the stage to Griselda Lambertini, Director of the Center of Studies on Energy Regulatory Activity, who will deliver some welcoming remarks.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I am very happy to be here. And why we are here? Because Sergio Raballo invited us for the EXCO meeting tomorrow and the day after of our program. So it's a very good opportunity for us to exchange with Latin America countries today before we are going to our business tomorrow and the day after. So we'll organize this workshop, in fact, to exchange about the hydrogen topic in our countries. Of course, we encourage attendees to submit any question you may have during the Q&A session. It's your or no? No, it's not. I am okay. I'm sorry. So I said that we try to organize the exchange, and you will see that the agenda today, we have a remarkable lineup of speakers, very diverse speakers who will share their insight on current and future perspective regarding hydrogen, with a particular focus in the opportunities and challenges faced by countries in Latin America. I will present the TCP program just after my introductory remark, but you will see that we try to attract a diversity of countries in all continents. It's the reason why we have a special focus on Latin America. And beyond this workshop, we have on board now Brazil as a country, but we hope to attract Uruguay, Argentina now, Colombia, I don't know, Peru, maybe. And Chile, of course, Chile. Maybe next year we will have 2 or 3 more Latin America countries, but I will explain later. So now today, we will hear from estimated experts and leading figures from academia, government, organization, and industry who are at the front of the pioneering advancement in hydrogen technology in different countries. So I would like to take this opportunity to express our sincere gratitude to the speakers for their willingness to share their valuable insight during today's session. I will nominate. So Ariel Perez from, what is the name? Aichico, Energy Manager, for his significant contribution and leadership in the energy sector in Argentina. Tiago Ivanovski and Jefferson Soares from EPA in Brazil, for providing their expertise in energy economics, which is very important, and environmental studies. Rebecca Poleo, President of Hydrogen Chile, and Ana Maria Luz Frias, Executive Director of the Green Hydrogen Council at Corfo, for their vital contribution to promoting hydrogen in Chile, and their unwavering commitment to sustainable development. Daniel Camac, President of Hydrogen Peru, for sharing his visionary insight on the hydrogen opportunity in Peru, which are critical for our energy transition. And last but not least, Gustavo Dominguez Espinosa, Technical Manager of Latitude in Uruguay, for his dedication and effort. And we hope he will represent Uruguay in the next coming month in the Executive Committee. So thank you, all of you, to join us today and for your commitment for fostering collaboration and development within the hydrogen sector. Your contributions are crucial as we strive toward a more sustainable energy future. The discussion today will not only highlight the innovative research and initiative underway, but also emphasize the critical role that collaboration, and especially international collaboration, in advancing the hydrogen economy and the the exchange between developed country, middle-income country, developing country, etc., emerging country. As we look toward a sustainable energy future, the partnership we foster today will be key to unlocking the full potential of hydrogen as a clean energy source. We encourage everyone to engage actively, to share your thoughts, very important, and explore potential collaboration throughout the session. Together, we can drive progress and innovation in the vital field. Once again, thank you for joining us today. Let's make the most of this opportunity to learn from one another and advance our collective effort in hydrogen technology. And without further delay, I would like to introduce the Hydrogen TCP. Yes, sorry, it was okay. So first, I will give the floor to my colleague.
Now I give the floor to Griselda Lambertini, Director of the Center for Studies in Energy Regulatory Activity, CEARE, who will deliver also some welcome remarks.
Thank you, Rocío. So, hello, good morning. Thank you to the IEA Hydrogen TCP, the Technology Collaboration Program, for this invitation. Thank you, Paul, for your introduction. And thank you also Sergio and Ariel, who are always giving support to our prospective hydrogen sector. I'm very happy to see a lot of guests here participating in Argentina. And it's an honor to have you at home. And also the GIZ is here with us, the plataforma H2 Argentina, the founders of the consortium. So let me tell you, we have an important part of the Argentine hydrogen world present. The provinces, of course, Santa Cruz, is Chubut here? Are you here? Well, I heard that you would be coming. And so it's an honor for me and a pleasure to be at this opening session in a double capacity. I'm on the one hand representing Mariela Belhansky. Mariela is our Undersecretary for Energy Transition and Planning. And she intended to be here, she couldn't make it, and so she asked me to give on her behalf a welcome and to tell you that this is a key activity also from the point of view of the Secretariat of Energy in Argentina. And we hope, at least we personally hope, Mariela and I, that will soon Argentina be a member of the TCP initiative. And also, I'm here as a director at CEARE. CEARE is the Center for Energy Regulatory Studies and of the Universidad de Buenos Aires. Universidad de Buenos Aires is the largest public school in Argentina, and we are there studying, making some research, and also teaching about hydrogen since 2020. And this may sound recently, but it's not recent for Argentina. So it's recent for ITBA, who is making research for many years. But anyway, we are very happy representing not only CEARE, but the whole Argentine academic sector in this meeting. And both the Secretary of Energy and the Academy understand that global collaboration for research and innovation in hydrogen technologies in Latin America will be key for the creation of an enabling environment for the renewable hydrogen economy and for the development of markets. Let me remind you that I understand Argentina and Latin America wouldn't be talking about hydrogen if we hadn't received the invitation of other countries like the EU countries or like Japan and Korea are looking for some partners to cover their future. They announced hydrogen, renewable hydrogen, or low-emission hydrogen needs. And so we are here, we represent opportunities for these countries in terms of business opportunities. I had personally the chance to collaborate with the EU, and also we have been making a lot of studies together with the German cooperation for already 2 years. And the potential in Argentina and other countries in the region is really outstanding. Not only in terms of natural resources, you know, our Patagonia has already wind factor capacities over 60%, but also the vast spaces we have here, which is one of the things that the importing countries are looking for. Not only low-cost renewable energy, but this space, open space to put up the wind farms and our solar PVs too, and we have that, and this is an opportunity, a good news for the importing countries, but it's also good news for Argentina and Latin American countries because we won't be exporting the molecules. The density of the molecules makes it difficult to transport hydrogen, but we would export derivatives and the so-called PTX. So this will assure that we can develop the whole value chain in our countries. So the opportunity for Latin America is about exports, is not only decarbonizing our hard-to-abate sectors, but it's exports, it's jobs. If you look into the Argentine national strategy, we expect to have by 2050 the creation of more than 80,000 new jobs and to receive over $90,000 million in investments. So these are the opportunities for the importing countries and for our countries. But we still have challenges. And these challenges there are many challenges, but mainly we could concentrate them in two aspects. Regulations, we need adequate regulations. Argentina has given some steps toward that. We not only have a national strategy, but now we are trying to get passed a law in Congress that will help and give incentives to the sectors. We need certification schemes as part of all these regulatory framework and adequate environment. And then there's the point or the reason that brings us here. We need technology, innovation, and human capital development. So we celebrate to have this meeting here, and not only for today, but for the continuous effort of the Hydrogen TCP members and sponsors in pursuing collaborative hydrogen research and development and the information exchange among countries. So with this introduction, I hope you have fruitful sessions here and have a great time in Buenos Aires too. All our support from the Secretary of Energy and from the local academy.
Thank you very much, Griselda, and we are really looking forward to have Argentina as part of the Hydrogen TCP. Now I call again to Paul Luques, who will introduce the Hydrogen TCP and will explain a little bit what we do.
Thank you very much. And thank you to you, Griselda. Now I know you for your very interesting speech, and we hope to have you on board as soon as possible. Maybe I will go there because it's not very convenient. So as I have some representatives from different countries interested potentially by becoming member, I think it is good to explain you what we are doing in this program. So it's the objective of this presentation, what we are doing in this Hydrogen TCP. If it works. So first, you have to know that we are a part of IEA, International Energy Agency, a OECD organization based in Paris. And we are a part not very well known because IEA is very well known as a main policy advisor to policymaker, to G20, G8, etc., G7, sorry, and very well known for the famous report, for example, the net zero emission by 2050, very well known, and Fatih Birol is a very high-level people advising the main government. But we are part of this TCP network It's a network of near 40 TCPs on each topic of energy. We are hydrogen, but you can find on PV, on every topic. And what is original is the organization between countries. We have no permanent staff of IEA inside. We have a secretariat, we have people from government, and we are working between experts for these countries, from academia or from industry. And it's a very original part of international organization, because in the other international organization, you don't find this type of network. And in fact, if you count the total number of experts involved in TCP, it's near 6,000 experts committed. So you have to compare with the 300 permanent staff of IEA. So you can see that it's additional expertise. Of course, we have a lot of link with IEA in Paris, and we are giving them a lot of data, a lot of recommendations. So it's very interesting to know that we are autonomous, but we are part of IEA. It's not so easy to explain, but it has to explain that you have to understand. So if I focus on our TCP hydrogen, you see that we are now 34 members. Mainly, I explained, we are mainly a country organization from different continents, Europe, North America, Asia, Oceania, and now our last new member is Brazil, since 2 months, 3 months, I think. But we hope next, of course, as I mentioned, we hope to have on board different countries from Latin America. We have more than 500 experts involved. Of course, it's not full-time, but not so small, and I will explain what we are doing now. You can see the leadership team. So we are 2 of the 3 chair and vice chair here, Marcel Vida here, and myself, and the third one is Eric Miller from US DOE. So I mentioned the secretariat is carried out by Arema, a company based in Madrid, and represented by Rocio and Anna, sorry. It's a new. And so we will have our executive committee meeting tomorrow on the day after, and that means that we have 33 members and 1 representative by member, country or sponsor, and 1 alternate. Generally speaking, we organize 2 EXCO meetings a year. Okay, I mentioned that our program was established in 1977. We are a very old organization, because at that time, we consider, not me because I was very young, but we consider that hydrogen was a very important issue. It was after, the first oil crisis, and hydrogen was seen as a very interesting solution to replace oil at that time. But we started to work on this topic, and we will celebrate soon our 50th anniversary on our 100 meeting. So we have a very long experience in international collaboration. Mainly, we are focused on R&D, on analysis, on project. We are not focused on deployment activities, for example. Every 5 years, we have a strategic plan, because IEA is asking us to show what we achieved in the last 5 years and to present a strategic plan for the next 5 years. Of course, we elaborate this strategic plan during different executive committee meetings. And so I presented the last version 3 weeks ago. It will be formally approved very soon, and we will start our next period in the 1st of March 2025 until 2030. So you can see our goal, our vision, our mission, our strategy. Of course, we want to accelerate the deployment of hydrogen through innovation and R&D, and to promote international collaboration and knowledge exchange. And for that, I will show you what we are doing. We have different type of work. Of course, we have collaborative R&D task. Could be on storage, on integration of hydrogen, on production, on even it's not only technology, so it could be economic analysis, could be life cycle assessment, environmental assessment, etc. So it's not restricted to only scientific things. Analysis, of course, on the market, on the policy support, we could be able also to give some recommendation, and hydrogen awareness and understanding and acceptance. It was one point the committee above us in the IEA recommend us to develop more communication about awareness. For example, safety is a very important topic, but not only safety, information and dissemination and outreach is very, very important. So I will skip this one. So what we are doing? We are doing through this type of activities. Task is a core business, I will explain you, but also besides task, strategic activity, collaboration, meeting and events like this one. For example, organizing this workshop is one of our activity for communication and to promote collaboration. And we are a very important activity to review some important documents, for example, from IEA. Maybe you know the Global Hydrogen Review from IEA every year. So we are asked to review this report, and we are asking our experts to review this report, and the same for IRENA, and et cetera, et cetera. So it's more or less what we are doing. So first, activity, core business, task. A task is like a project between experts, Generally speaking, it's about 3 years duration. And during 3 years, the experts are working. Of course, there is a structure of the task. You can find subtasks, deliverables, deadline, etc. And there is a task manager, and the executive committee is supervising what is doing a task. It's one of the activity of the executive committee to see what are doing the task. So any member can propose a task. There is some different detailed participation, but the idea is that we have task open, of course, in progress. We have task closed, of course, and we have new task in definition, not launched today. This slide is very synthetic. It's just summarizing what we are doing. Of course, we will give some example later after my presentation, but it's just to give a flavor of what we are doing. You can see that in green, you have tasks more focused on technology and innovation. For example, underground hydrogen storage, led by a Dutch leader. So in this task, maybe, I don't know if it will present this task or yes, you will see what we are doing, but it's very focused on what are the technical issues on, for example, salt cavern. Very technical. Another one is energy storage and conversion. We are looking for new materials for hydrogen storage. Renewable hydrogen production is a very large task on the alternative way to electrolysis. We have a very interesting new task on natural hydrogen. So because this topic emerged from the last 3 years, and we have a very, very high-level team in this task with the best expert in the world. So we hope to have a very neutral view on this new topic. And I spoke before. But besides this very technology-oriented, we have also analysis on cross-cutting tasks. For example, offshore hydrogen production is to see what does it mean to produce hydrogen from offshore wind park, or hydrogen from nuclear energy. It's a task where we try to see what could be the specificity, the business case, where coupling a nuclear reactor with hydrogen production and coupling with heat and electricity could be very interesting, for example, for industry case, with small modular reactor, for example. So it's another task. We have also end-use application, like future demand of hydrogen in industry. Industry is a very important topic for hydrogen. So we have a task led by Austria, and hydrogen for iron or steel making, hydrogen in the maritime. So it's not a limited list, but because it's open, because we are a more bottom-up approach. And last but not least, sorry, I missed two, energy system, sorry. For example, the last task, task 50, is about cost analysis and model comparison, and we will have a presentation. The idea is to gather some experts from economic and environmental analysis, for example, in different institutions, and they have their own model system, and they want to compare their model, what are the assumptions behind, from why the results are different. For example, in the hydrogen chain, if you want to calculate the cost of hydrogen or hydrogen derivative from, I don't know, from Australia to Japan, what is behind the calculation? Okay, so I think it's very important. And last but not least, the code standard certification. Two important things to know. First, on safety, and I think Marcel will explain what we are doing on safety. It's a recurrent, permanent topic for us since a lot of years. Safety is a very important issue for hydrogen. And the new task we launched last year is on certification. So maybe this task, we were not used to work on this type of task. It's quite new nature of work for us, but it's very visible because, you know, this topic is one big priority at the international level. It was mentioned in the COP29 in the COP28 communique. Certification is a big priority. So the government asked to IPHE, it's another hydrogen organization, and to us, we are supporting the IPHE work, to work on the certification system, to analyze the difference, and to propose a system where we can have a minimum of mutual recognition of certification scheme. So it's task 47, and it's a very important task and very visible task for us. So you see there is a very diverse portfolio of activity. So its task is our main work, but besides the task, we have also some other tasks. For example, we are providing IEA in Paris some TRL assessment, evaluation on hydrogen technology. Every year, I don't remember the name of the document at the IEA level, where they are evaluating 800 or 900 of technologies for energy transition. But for the hydrogen part, which I think is about 140 technologies, we were asked to provide TRL value every year. So it's a very interesting exercise. And of course, not only for IEA Paris, but for our own work, we try to make some technology brief based on this evaluation. Another topic is we establish a Hydrogen TCP Award of Excellence. So it's very interesting because it's an opportunity for us to promote a project in a big event. And we have a new coordination group inside the IEA because I will explain later why it's important for us. So maybe I will skip this one. It's detail of the TRL assessment. You can see the last TCP awards we give, it was in Brazil during the Clean Energy Ministerial event in Foz do Iguaçu, in the same MI event coupled with the G20 event. And two winners. One was from Italy on the integration of solid oxide, reversible electrolyzer fuel cell in the system. And the other one was the team from China on the material to store hydrogen. So I think for us, it's a very, very interesting activity to both for us to make visible our TCP, but also, of course, for the project winner. The coordination group. What is the coordination group? You know, I mentioned that the TCP network is composed of 40 TCP. You have TCP on bioenergy, on smart grid, on PV, etc. And if you have a look, if you want to focus on hydrogen, you will find maybe between 15 and 20 TCP working on hydrogen. Of course, we are working 100% on hydrogen as a hydrogen TCP. But even in other TCP, they have some partial activity on hydrogen. For example, on bioenergy, they are looking if you are adding, for example, I don't know if you know the production of biofuel second generation with Fischer-Tropsch, etc. If you add hydrogen in the process, you can increase the production of biofuel. So you couple hydrogen production and production of biofuel. So they have an activity to evaluate the economics or all the aspect of this type of thing. So that means that there is a lot of TCP working on hydrogen, and we are leading a coordination group to try to make some synergies between this TCP, to have a global view of what's happened at the TCP network on hydrogen. So we are the leader of this group, and we are working with our colleagues. I think it's very interesting activity. So it's what we started. It's just the beginning of the work to analyze. We send a questionnaire, and we will continue during the next 18 months. Maybe not to give detail. And just to mention, in terms of internal organization, we have also at the EXCO meeting, at the EXCO level, we have some task force. Sorry, we have some task. No, I can't go to. Yes, we have some task force. It's internal organization. It's based on voluntary contribution of some EXCO members to work on finance, to work on strategic portfolio alignment, etc. Okay, but maybe it's not. So in terms of collaboration, you know that we are not the only organization working, international organization working on hydrogen. There is many organizations, of course, inside the IEA network. I mentioned the other TCP working on hydrogen. It's just, for example, the Advanced Motor Fuel TCP is working on the combustion of hydrogen in internal combustion engine. We have not the expertise. So if we want to have a report on that, we are working with them to for example, to give a recommendation. Is it the internal combustion engine with pure hydrogen, interesting option, etc. So it's very interesting because we can mobilize a very large expertise to contribute to the recommendation. But not only inside the IEA, but outside the IEA, you have many organizations working on hydrogen. Maybe it's too much. I know it's too much. Yeah, there is a lot of overlapping. But you can see IPHE, International Partnership on Hydrogen Economy. You have the World Economic Forum. You have the Mission Innovation. You have the Clean Energy Ministerial. You have other organizations, here IRENA, of course, working. So, as it is a very sensitive matter to try to optimize this organization, we decide at least to have a minimum of coordination. And in this respect, sorry, I don't. So we have some coordination through what we call the breakthrough agenda. And the breakthrough agenda is discussing with all the organizations every year, and they establish priorities. For example, this year there is 4 priorities. One is on certification, so we are supporting the IPHE work. Second one is on the International Hydrogen Trade Forum. So we are not involved because it's not really R&D, etc. The third one is more on R&D. So we are working a lot with Mission Innovation. So we will have a very active role in this. And the last one is about finance. We are not involved because it's more the World Bank and the financial institution. They want to see how they, because, you know, hydrogen is not only for 50 countries. There is a more or less 50 countries launching a hydrogen strategy, hydrogen plan. But in the world, you have 200 countries. So how to commit these less developed countries for hydrogen technology? Because we have to adapt the technology to the local context, economic, climate, etc., to the level of education, to the etc., etc. So it's also a very important point. No, I didn't master nothing. Meeting and event. So I said that we have 2 meetings per year. We have a lot of workshop. Okay, so this week is a 98 meeting. We'll celebrate the 100 in Paris in 1 year. Workshop, so like this one, but we have also many workshops in different parts of the world. And documents review for other organizations. I mentioned the Global Hydrogen Review, the Breakthrough Agenda Report. We review also the very It was published, I think, 1 week ago. 1 week ago, yeah. The Renewable 2024 from IEA. And we have a website. So if you want more detail, you can visit our website. And, okay, now it's finished for the, sorry. It's finished for the global presentation. So I don't know if you have, sorry, if you have any question. Thank you very much. Do you have any question about the TCP, or is it, yes? You have a microphone? Or? As a sponsor, we have iChico since 2018, I think, something like that. But iChico is not, as it is a sponsor category, it's not a country category, it is representing only iChico people. So if we want that all Argentinian experts could participate, Argentina must be a member. So the process is not very complicated. It's a letter from Argentinian government to Fatih Birol. You know, Fatih Birol is a executive director of IEA in Paris. The EXCO must approve, but I think it's not a problem. And after, you have the government has to nominate the representative of Argentina in the EXCO meeting, and to pay a fee, to pay the secretariat. It's about 11,000 euros per year. And after that, it's not very complicated. Any expert from Argentina, from academia, from industry, could participate to any task. But the condition is Argentina must be a member.
Be on that path. Sometimes it's not easy, they have other urgencies, but this is key to our future and to our industrial development. So we hope to have that in the near future.
Thank you.
But if I may also, I would like to ask, I'm Sergio Ravallo from iChico, Argentina, and I know you. How are you? If I may, I think it's very interesting. Your question was very interesting because while we are trying as Argentina to be a member, and we have been working a lot since 2018, and we know sometimes it's difficult in Argentina to go through this process. I'm very happy that we have today we heard Griselda, and I think this administration will push forward in that direction. But coming to my point is, guessing what your interest is, as IDBA may be, I want to share with you that for us it worked out very well being participants as sponsors, because we can participate in the TCPs, we get information, we participate in the meetings, we can enter the task forces in which we want to participate. So I think in the meantime, while we work our way as country, you can find your way, as we did as of 2018, as sponsors, and it works out very well also. And that's in your hands to become a sponsor. Thank you, Paul.
Okay, thank you. No other question? So if not, the idea now is to show you some concrete example through the task result. I will start, Marcel with, but after me, will Marcel? Yeah, okay. Marcel will give also some example. So, I have to have on screen, okay. First example, the task, because we give a number to the task. Task 1 was in 77. We are now in task 50 in this year, so just to show you. So task 38 was very important because it was just before, the hydrogen momentum. Because in 2020, you see a lot of government launching hydrogen strategy, just before. And the name was Power to Hydrogen at 2X, System Analysis of Technico-Economic, Legal and Regulatory Condition. It was a very big task with more than 60 experts, a lot of organization from academia, from industry. And I think we achieved a very good work because just remind at that time it was not very well known what was Power 2X, etc. And we provide a lot of things to IEA. And you see that we achieve a mapping of existing demonstration project. Just remind that at that time there was no deployment project. It was after 2020. So we established a database of 400 projects. And this database was used by IEA in 2020. And updated, and now, IEA has a very comprehensive database on project, but we established the first one in this task. We review, analysis the existing techno-economic studies, because there was many studies, literature review and database establishment. We review also the existing of legal context and policy measure. Of course, everything changed since 4 years, but it was the first attempt to make that. And we launched a systemic approach. So a lot of things in this, just to show you. And the main deliverable, we published 2 big reports on the final report on the Power 2X demonstration roadmap. And we produce, one deliverable is also to make some scientific publication. For example, we produce 5 papers in the international journal with referee. We participate to international conference. We organize a lot of workshops in different countries, in UK, in Tokyo, in the WEC in Rio de Janeiro, in Aix-en-Provence, in Puerto Llano in Spain. So it was very, very interesting, and I think we have a huge impact at that time because the IEA report in 2019, the future of hydrogen, the very big report, very important report presented at G20 in Japan, was, was influenced by our task. So I think it's a very interesting example of what we achieve. And I think it's what we want to do in also as a main problem. And at that time, of course, the context changed dramatically now. But at that time, even at the IEA scenario before 2020, the hydrogen was not taken into account in the energy scenario. If you remember, hydrogen was not part of the energy transition. And we fight with our colleagues from IEA Paris to say, no, it's not possible. We try to understand why hydrogen is not present in the energy scenario. So it was one part of our work to discuss with IEA analysts that they take into account. After 2020, now hydrogen is present in the energy scenario. So it was just an example. Another task, this one is the last one, so it's a task in progress, and we have some people, I think, here in the room. Task 50 is a cost on carbon intensity analysis, so two aspects, cost, economics, and carbon intensity of hydrogen chain. And what is very interesting is a model comparison, because you have a lot of different models in the different public institutions. And of course, it's very fundamental for policymakers because, for example, if a policymaker in Japan, in Australia, in South America want to launch some activities and to give some public money, they need to have a very accurate data on the cost. Because if the reality is different, of course, it could be very bad. So there is still great uncertainty about the cost of hydrogen on international supply chain, and the idea of this task, it's led by Japan. The idea of this task is to foster international harmonization on clean hydrogen standard, is to understand what is behind the model effort, what are the main assumptions. I think it's very important to understand. Of course, it's limited to the public model because maybe we have no access to the private or confidential model effort, but at least we need to have a good quality data for economic cost, but also for carbon intensity. So it's a different detail of the different objective of the task. So I mentioned before, reveal the common feature on discrepancy by comparing existing cost model, deepen the understanding of the cost driver on cost structure, assess and align with IPHE recently published methodology for greenhouse gas emission, identify carbon leakage potential, and deliver the detailed task result. Of course, recommendation and communication is very important for this task. And we have to be careful because we want to publish the result on behalf of the TCP. So that means that we need to be neutral, not to be influenced by one country or one industry, of course. And this task has two parts. So we have two subtasks A and B and C. And for example, for the cost analysis, there is a first step to compare the existing model, and the second step where we want to launch original case study. Maybe I will not detail because I wanted to show you what we are doing. Okay, so you can find the detail. We can let you use the presentation because too much slide. Sorry. So it was first example of two tasks, task 48 in the past and task 50. Maybe I can give the floor to Marcel, I think, for the next step. And after we can take question if you have question. Or do you have question when? Do you have any question about this task? So. Thank you. I give the floor to Marcel.
Okay, just before my slides are there, I will introduce myself. My name is Marcel Weda. I represent, I'm vice chair of the TCP, so colleague of Paul in the TCP. I represent the Netherlands, one of the representatives of the Netherlands. The other one is Carla Robledo. She will be here later today, I think. And actually, she is originally from Argentina. But now working for the Dutch Ministry of Economic Affairs. Or actually it's called today Climate and Green Growth. We had a change in government and they want to more focus on green growth. And in normal daily work, I work at the Netherlands Organization of Applied Scientific Research, TNO, which is a kind of Fraunhofer Institute type of institute. Maybe you're more familiar with that. And I'm part of the energy pillar of TNO. So hopefully, yeah, the presentation is there. Okay, welcome remarks. We've seen this one. Yeah, that's me. And after me, John Khalil will do a presentation. I will show you a couple of examples of other tasks, and it's more the long-lasting tasks. Okay, that's me. Now we start. So this is a timeline of the IEA, the Hydrogen TCP. As mentioned by Paul, it starts in 1977. It was established in 1977. And actually, it nicely shows the cycles we've been through. So the first hydrogen cycle started just after the oil crisis, mid-70s. hydrogen was seen as an important energy carrier, future energy carrier. But after that, we actually lost interest in hydrogen because we found a lot of oil, we found a lot of natural gas, and it was fossil all over again. And it was actually not only the oil crisis, but also what's the report called? Limits to growth, I think. That showed that probably we will run out of fossils soon. Well, that didn't work out, but still the story holds. But we're a couple of decades later. Then in the second part, it's in the 2000s. It's over here. It was the second cycle of hydrogen, where hydrogen was more seen as a fuel for mobility, and it was more a clean and efficient fuel for mobility. I think the interest in that one ended around 2010, when we saw the rise of the battery electric car again, which first appeared in 1990. Then that one failed, but it popped up again in 2010. So you see these cycles all over. And now we're in the third cycle, and it's more related again to the wider use of hydrogen as an energy carrier. And of course, climate issue is now the important driver to change to renewables. During the course of the whole period, there are two topics that always stand out if you talk about hydrogen, and that's safety and that's storage. How can we use it safely, and how can we store the hydrogen in large enough amounts? So these are actually the more long-lasting topics in the hydrogen TCP. So the first, hopefully this is a pointer. Well, oh yeah, this is a pointer. So the first one is here, task 7 this is on hydrogen safety. It's actually storage and safety. You will see it also in the safety topic. And well, I will show you a couple of tasks. I'm not going through all the details, but task 7. So it was an early task on safety, looking at hydrogen embrittlement already then. It's still a very important topic, and it looked a lot at hydrogen combustion. At that time, there was not that much attention for example, fuel cells. It was more thinking of an alternative for natural gas, and that's the type of fuel we combust, so there was a lot of attention for combustion. Task 19 was looking more at methods to assess safety, qualitative risk assessment, testing and experimental programs. Task 31, more looking at fundamentals of safety, fundamentals of hydrogen. And then gradually, via task 37 and task 43, that is in operation right now, looking at more the applied safety aspects. So looking at case studies and what does it mean in practice. Well, this is again a bit more detail. Here we see the community, that's task 43. And we see people from, it's actually shared by Andrei Chufelev. He's from Hydrogen Council, but also representing Canada. Dr. Elena Viasmina, I'm not sure where she's from. From France? Okay. Yeah, Air Liquide, of course, is a France company, but they're all over the place. So, but okay, France. We see a professor from Japan, Nick Brillo from the Center of Hydrogen Safety, the US. Someone from Shell, I'm not sure if he's from the Netherlands or the UK, but could also be the US. Also Shell is all over the place, of course. ITM, it's UK. So we see people from a lot of countries participating. It's not that if you are a member from the Hydrogen TCP that you have to be present in every task. So you can choose to be present in a task. Very active community, very important topic, of course, safety. Here we see some examples. Currently, the main case study they're focusing on is the liquid hydrogen case study, the transport from Australia to Japan of liquid hydrogen, and all the safety aspects that go with that. But also here, study on hydrogen fueling station acceptance. So it's more not only technical safety, but also safety-related aspects that they're studying. So not only technical inside the box, let's say, but also the impact on the wider society that they're looking at. This is safety. Again, well, a last one, 68 participating organizations, so a very large task. Well, they had some in-person meetings and already 22 joint publications. So, and it's a bit more scientific publications that they are focusing on. Well, you can see some results. There will be reports on our website. You can go to that and read what they are studying and what their messages are. Another one is hydrogen storage, also here through the years. Again, this task 7, that's an important early one, not only looking at safety, but also storage. And it's focusing, it's also a very scientific community. It was a very large community. I think it's getting a bit smaller, but actually everyone that meant something in the solid state storage of hydrogen was part of this one. So it was a very large scientific community aligning the research on solid state storage of hydrogen materials. And they published a lot of publications, scientific publications. Let's see, also here, initially you see the metal hydride storage, also liquefaction already, early one. Hydrogen storage on carbon, task 7. Then in task 12, again, this focus on testing methodologies. We saw that also in the safety. Characterization of materials, synthesis of new materials. Then task 17, you again see the hydrides, the carbon storage, other nanoporous materials. So it's more the smaller scale storage of hydrogen. Well, going into task 22, 32, that's actually, they're all combined. And then task 42 is a different one. That's a separate one looking at large scale storage. I myself started in task 18, which was on integrated energy system assessment. And then I became task manager. And actually the idea at that time was to have a task on large scale storage. It was also in the time that I first got in contact with Sergio and Ariel. They went to Europe to be part of the European High Under project, which was the first project focusing on large-scale underground hydrogen storage. And we thought the time is ripe for a more international activity on that one, but it appeared to be too early. It was 2010, 2011, around that time. And there was not that much interest from other countries to participate. We had the High Under, and what should we do more? Then we decided to have a task on large-scale hydrogen delivery infrastructure, which was more focusing on mobility, which was still the topic at that time. But a couple of years ago, and hydrogen again seen in the wider context of the energy system, the time was ripe for a task on underground hydrogen storage. And actually this is quite a successful task. It's managed by a colleague of mine from TNO, and it involves 80, so 80 participants from different organizations from all over the world. It's coming to an end, task 42, but they are suggesting to do a follow-up task. So that will be discussed, I think, in the next couple of days, how to continue this one. Well, a couple of messages from this task. The understanding of and confidence in underground hydrogen storage have advanced through this task 42 collaboration, through the wide collaboration of organizations, institutes, companies. A lot of annual meetings, but also a summer school. I will show you a bit more about that. It's an annual summer school on the topic where everyone from all over the world can go to and get informed about this, the state of the art, the state of the knowledge. There's consensus that there are no technical hurdles blocking commercial development. There are some uncertainties still, but we think they can be mitigated. But of course, mitigation comes at a certain cost. It's not for free. Addressed a couple of, well, bottlenecks or things that need attention to develop the option. Market regulation, societal acceptance, and perception are important issues as, yeah, everything with hydrogen. And they're looking at the next step. So within this task, they look at, well, let's do the whole, oh, too much, yeah. They look at various levels of storage. So it's more close to the surface storage, lined rock caverns. Salt caverns, I think, is the most important one. And also looking at the depleted gas field storage, which has some issues still to be researched. They look at geology, they look at, let's say, everything around a storage, the engineering, the facility, the wells, compression, gas treatment, cushion gas. Also how it can operate in a total energy system, and then also the societal embeddedness. So various levels of research within the task. And this task actually provides a good overview of the state of the art. And in the next phase, they want to go into the details of certain cases. Well, okay, there is a very nice report, I think, on the website, 2023 report on the task. And now there are 2 reports in preparation to finish this task. And hopefully they will be online early next year when they went through a critical review. And as said, there will be a follow-up probably because there's still a lot to research. So these are some pictures of various meetings. And what you will see is not only, so we have meetings in the, let's say, in locations like this one, meeting rooms, but also on site. Look at how it works in practice. Very important to see what we're talking about. But also very important are these events. Having dinner together. And actually IEA is also called the International Eating Agency instead of the International Energy Agency. Because these are the moments where you receive the most interesting details of research and what is going on in the various countries. So getting together, not only in meeting rooms, not only at site locations, but also in restaurants and having dinner together is very important in these kind of collaborations. This is an example of summer school. The first one was in the Netherlands, TU Delft. The second one, I think also TU Delft, also in the Netherlands. Third one in Scotland, Edinburgh. And next year, the fourth one will be in Denmark. Very successful activity of this, as a spin-off of this task. So this is about safety and storage, long-lasting. This is a topic that also Paul touched upon. It's the technology readiness level assessment. Paul showed that IEA itself and the team behind, for example, reports like the World Energy Outlook and the Energy Technology Perspectives and all the specific thematic technology issues, actually is quite a small team. And they can't handle all the work, and they don't have all the expertise necessary for these reports. So for a long time, hydrogen, we are a very old TCP, but hydrogen did not have a large focus at IEA headquarters. If you look at the World Energy Outlook and you look at the 2015 report and you look for hydrogen, you won't find it. The word hydrogen is not in the World Energy Outlook report, which is the major IEA publication annually. 2016, it starts to appear, 2017, and after 2017, it explodes, the number of hits for hydrogen. So only then, hydrogen was really considered an option for the future energy system. And as a result, they need more knowledge on the topic, but they didn't have the manpower and they didn't have the expertise. So they approached us because we have a lot of experts in our network. Can't we help them by their annual update of how the technology develops? And that is the TRL assessment activity. So on an annual basis, they report on progress of development of technologies, and they approach us and our experts to do actually the assessment of where are we on the TRL level. So is it still in concept? Are we talking about small prototype, large prototype, and so on? This is their TRL scale going from 1 to 11. Normally you see from 1 to 9, they use a scale up to 11. And they have 100 plus technologies that they would like to be assessed annually. And we're currently helping them. And we can use more experts to help us to do a good assessment. That's it from my part. Just a flavor of what we're doing. And hopefully all of you can be part of our network in the coming years. That would be nice. Thank you. Any questions? Moment for questions.
Safety task you explain involve technical aspects, but also wider society aspect. Can you explain further what do you mean, or what other society aspect does this safety task involve, please?
Well, I'm not part of the task, so I'm a bit of guessing.
Okay.
But first, the task we're more looking at, let's say, the fundamental physical aspects of hydrogen. So combustion temperature, all kinds of, you know, the more the physics of hydrogen. Now they're looking more at safety aspects of hydrogen systems, and then not only the technical aspects. If you take a refueling station, you can look at the technical components of the refueling station themselves, the storage, the dispensers, and so on, and how can they fail, what is the risk, but also the impact of that on the surroundings.
Okay.
Safety distances, external safety distances, but also they are investigating the perception of people about these refueling stations and the impact on the environment.
Okay, thank you. That's very clear.
Okay. No other questions? Then, Rocio, we proceed.
And thank you for inviting me, Paul and Marcel. Thank you for the invite, and thank you, Rocio, for all the hard work you're doing for us. I am honored to be here in front of the distinguished community here, and I will present to you my topic on the importance of life cycle assessment for deployment of hydrogen technologies. So this is the topics which I will cover. I wanted to give some background on the life cycle assessment, the framework for life cycle assessment. It applies for both environmental LCA and social LCA, and also give some definition for the ELCA and SLCA and life cycle costing and life cycle sustainability assessment, which is the summation of the three previous terms. For the environmental life cycle assessment, I wanted to just mention to you the tools we use: the EcoInvent for life cycle inventory, and Tracy for life cycle impact assessment. And for social life cycle, we use two databases. And when you see in the handouts, I made a comparison between the two databases, the PESELCA and the social hotspot database. And then I talked about compare the tools which we use, tools and methods for life cycle assessment and social life cycle assessment. Then the second topic, which is the main thing I wanted to talk about, is the importance of LCA, and then the challenges of conducting the social life cycle assessment. Particularly for low TRL, technology readiness level, that's a big challenge for social life cycle assessment. For the interest of time here, since I have 30 minutes only, I will cover the second topic and the third topic, but the background you can see here, you can ask me any question you like. You will have a copy of the handouts at the end. Feel free to reach out to me with any questions you have. So I'm gonna skip to slide 17 to talk about the main theme of the presentation. So in this slide, it shows you the yearly distribution or bibliometric publication. I did this search between 2013 to 2024 over the years. So the main takeaway from the slide here is this growing interest over the year in life cycle assessment. So my search word here, or the search string, was ELCA or SLCA, and the supply chain, sometimes they call it the value chain as well. So it's a big interest here. And the second one is visualization of bibliometric country by countries. I wanted to see which countries are very active in the area here. So you can see so many countries around the world, including China and Germany, England, Spain, and many other countries interested. All the connection you see where authors cite each other from. So the importance of ELCA, environmental life cycle assessment. I took them one at a time, talk about importance of ELCA and then importance of social LCA, and then I integrated them to see the importance of the combination of them. So you can see here, ELCA will help you in identifying the hotspots. What's a hotspot? Environmental hotspots, like high emissions and high emission along the supply chain or the value chain, and the high energy consumption. ELCA will help you in optimizing processes. When you model the system of interest, like production of hydrogen, and this is what I teach in the capstone course in chemical engineering, we teach the students when you have this simulation of hydrogen production, for example, where, at which point you have the highest emission of CO2 and how I can reduce it. So we do optimization on that. Life cycle assessment also will help you in understanding the green technologies. ELCA will promote the adoption of clean and green hydrogen technologies. For example, here, the solar, using solar or wind turbine or hydropower with water electrolysis. So this is pure green energy, hydrogen energy. It will help the regulators because LCA will support compliance with environmental regulations and standards. I give you here two examples. use of ELCA to compare different hydrogen technologies. We compare different hydrogen technologies in terms of CO2 emission, energy consumption, and we publish in this area. And for instance, if you do hydrogen production from natural gas steam methane reforming, the CO2 emission you get for every kilogram of hydrogen is about 12 kilograms of CO2. Compare that if you do water electrolysis and you produce hydrogen from water electrolysis, it's about 2 kilograms CO2 for every kilogram of hydrogen produced. Second example, use of ELCA for hydrogen production via biomass or waste plastic. This is the new and the greatest thing now, is that they collect the waste plastic and they gasify it and they produce hydrogen from it. So, and then I cited here one of the recent paper, 2023, which talk about that topic here. But if you want to apply life cycle assessment, particularly social life cycle assessment, as you will see later, it's very difficult and challenging because it's a low TRL. You don't have details, data, and you don't know the supply chain when you're dealing with low TRL. This will be focused only on the social life cycle assessment. Why it is important? So worker well-being. The social life cycle assessment will help you evaluate the impact of hydrogen technologies on the workers' well-being, their safety, working condition, and fair labor practices along all the supply chain. Community benefit and risk. It will help you in assessing the social benefit and risk and the social hotspots also. Shareholder trust. A shareholder will trust the technology and they will invest in it if you tell them more details about the technical, environmental, and social impact. So they will be willing to invest in the technology. Reputation management. SLCA will enhance corporate reputation and align with corporate social responsibility, which is a great deal also for reputation of organization. Couple of examples here, conducting SLCA for hydrogen refueling station. That's a very important topic when you take it across the supply chain. And then second example, the future of hydrogen use in the European Union through social life cycle assessment hotspot analysis. This is a recent work, 2024, and I cited the DOI here. If anyone interested, I can send it to you. Very good read about this topic. And now here I combine both of them, ELCA and social LCA. And this is, I am calling that we should do integration. Don't just focus on doing environmental life cycle assessment on hydrogen technology or only social life cycle assessment. You have to integrate both. So this will be why it is important, because it will provide you with data on the environmental and social impact of hydrogen technologies to facilitate development and of supportive policies and regulations. Establishing benchmarks. We need benchmarks. So the point that if somebody say, I found a paper on social LCA, so case is done, case is closed, that's not true, because it varies from country to country, supply chain to supply chain, what database you used in your analysis. So the case is not closed. You can do it for so many countries, for so many applications of hydrogen technology. And then enabling harmonization of the global standards on green hydrogen deployment. I'm citing example here, the use of both ELCA and SLCA to develop policies which favor hydrogen production from renewable sources. That's the name of the game here, using renewable resources like solar, like wind power, like hydro. Instead of the fossil-based production of hydrogen technologies. And then how we apply ELCA and SLCA integrated framework to highlight the necessity for transitioning from the gray, the blue, into green hydrogen. Okay? This is a slide would tell you the challenges if you conduct research on social LCA. I mentioned the good things in green here, It will help regulatory compliance. It will aid you in meeting regulatory requirements related to corporate sustainability due diligence. It will help the stakeholders' engagement. It will address the stakeholders' concern along the hydrogen value chain, supply chain. And also it will enhance transparency of the social impact across the value chain. The challenge which I cited here is the data availability. That's a big challenge. When you want to follow through the value chain of a solar panel, and I have example on that, you will see it later. Solar panels, primarily the raw material exists in China. So there are social implications along the supply chain. So getting the data from every stakeholder along the supply chain is a challenge. So just to let you know, there are two databases, Pasalka and the hotspot database. It has a lot of data in it, but this is called secondary data. You need your own primary data. Primary data, you get it by interviewing stakeholders, doing research yourself, and get primary data, not just secondary data. So importance, again, for the stakeholders' engagement and public acceptance. This integrated framework will help you in fostering that transparent reporting of the environmental and social impacts, educating the consumers and stakeholders on the benefit of hydrogen technologies, building consumer trust in market demand for clean hydrogen technologies, engaging the value chain actors in addressing sustainability challenges, and enhancing the ability to compare and rank different hydrogen pathways. You can compare them by doing simulation and in chemical engineering for the process and see how much emission you get, CO2, what's the energy consumption per kilogram of hydrogen produced, and so on. So these are among all the benefits which you can get from applying the entire framework, not just one dimension only. The integrated approach also, that's a very important takeaway from the slide here. Achieving sustainable hydrogen deployment across the value chain is driven not only by environmental and economic benefits. You have to look at the social also impact. So, my research, which I have done, it shows that we have a gap in the state of knowledge. We do more work on environmental LCA and much, much less work on the SLCA. So that's important takeaway here is that we have also to look at the pursuit of social responsibility, worker well-being, labor rights, and occupational health and safety. Another important aspect from social life cycle assessment, it will show you the ripple effect, social ripple effect from one country to another country. If you have child labor in one country and high costs of raw material, it may reflect on other countries in the supply chain. And also what I call the burden shifting. And I have example on that for the solar panel. Low-income countries which happen to have the raw material for doing the solar panel and the frames and so on, they suffer to get you the raw material and they process it, make you the panel, and then other developed countries will import it and use it for green energy production. So they have less emission. But when you look upstream, so there is uneven distribution of the burden, environmental burden and social burden. You will uncover that by doing SLCA. Life cycle assessment, the integrated framework from the diagram here will work very well in supporting the United Nations 3 pillars, which is the environmental, social, and governance. And you can see under each element of them here, the ELCA will directly impact the environmental dimension of the ESG. The social LCA will also have a direct impact on the social part of the United Nations ESG, and then the governance One of the important things under the governance, other than corporate governance, the carbon accounting, scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3. This, by doing life cycle assessment, both ELCA and SLCA will uncover a lot of things under the governance aspect. So this integrated framework together will complement ESG and align with each other, because ELCA will give you environmental hotspots, SLCA will give you the social impacts, and the integration of them will give you a complete picture of what's going on in the supply chain, essentially. So it worked very well with the ESG and support the ESG. One more thing about the importance here, integrated ELCA and SLCA framework is very important in supporting the Sustainable Development Goal. SDGs, as you know, there are 17 of them. I divided them here into environmental, social, and governance here. So you can see them, the 17 of them, and how ELCA and SLCA integrated framework will support that. A very interesting study by University of Cambridge. They, in 2023, they had a study. They looked at 140 papers, prominent papers from around the world, working on ELCA and SLCA. And then they did this plot here. You can see the plot that most of the work, the x-axis is the SDG, and the y-axis will be the number of paper which addressed the SDG. You find that the environmental is the highest here, right? Environmental and the clean energy. But look at the social parts here. Look at the social part, much, much less. That's why I'm calling that we have a gap in our state of knowledge about integrating social LCA with environmental LCA. So this is a very good read, and I put the website here if you want to read more about it. It's very interesting to read about it. Just to recap and a few remarks here, the integrated approach, they are the two pillars of sustainability. One, ELCA will give you environmental impact. The second one will give you the social impact. Integrated approach will give you the total sustainability assessment. The integrated framework offers a strategic insight for optimizing the hydrogen value chain. You optimize the hydrogen value chain, like instead of getting raw material from this country in the world and another place, what's a critical path which I can take to minimize the environmental impact and the social impact of the value chain? So a recent article by Zhao here, 2024, it has a very good read on sustainability simulation. The integration here will help you, as a recap, reducing the environmental impact, enhancing social responsibility, improving economic feasibility, because when you look at the PASELCA database and the hotspot database, they have economics. They convert number using the labor rate for every country, so it has economics in it. Supporting policy development and regulatory compliance, fostering public acceptance. The public will accept if you convince them that your technology has low social impact and low environmental impact as well. Poor labor practices, example, child labor, unsafe working condition, unfair pay for workers and things like that, you can uncover it by doing SLCA study as well. Okay. What I'm saying here is that these practices not only harm individuals and communities, but also it damages reputation of the energy technology, of the hydrogen technologies as well. Okay. And I mentioned also equitable distribution. It's not always equally distributed. across the supply chain. So what do we do? Recommendation here, I have 3 points for recommendation. Companies should implement rigorous auditing. You have to audit the supply chain, right? You audit and you have transparency mechanism across the supply chain. Companies and government need to enforce strict labor rights policies and conduct regular audits to identify and mitigate violations. Clean energy technologies should be evaluated on their long-term social impact, not just long-term environmental impact. So yeah, this would be a good case study just for your information on the manufacture of the solar panel. This was an interesting read. It shows you here that the raw materials comes primarily from China, and there are social situation with making the panels, making the frame of the panels, making the power electronics which goes with it, and then they get imported into other countries where they reap the benefit of having a clean solar and clean electricity, clean hydrogen, but you have to follow what's going on in the supply chain as well. This is like an overall view of what the integrated ELCA, SLCA integrated framework will give you in terms of benefit. We talked about ensuring transparency and building stakeholder trust, fostering sustainable development and the circular economy, driving innovation. LCA drive innovation, and you know why? Because when you look at the process which you produce hydrogen and you say, this is a hot spot, this is a high energy, how I can replace it with another thing, with another technology. So it drive innovation. That's very important to know. Guiding policy and regulatory framework, providing data insights, elimination of environmental and social hotspots, comparing across impact categories, and the whole host here, social responsibility for organization. So this is like one snapshot to give you the benefit of conducting the integrating approach. Okay, so done with that. This set of slides, I will just verbally talk about it. I don't have to go through it because of the time limitation. There is a challenge of doing social life cycle assessment for low TRL, because for low TRL technologies, you don't know what's going on and you don't have data on the supply chain. So that's a big challenge. Whereas if you do it on high TRL, 8 or 9 TRL, you have all the data which you need. So this will be like the next set of a slide. Marcel, how many minutes I have, or I'm done? Actually done. I went over, so that's it. So, okay. So you will have, Rocio may get you a copy of the PowerPoint, and feel free to ask me a question. That's my favorite topic, so I can talk about it more and more. Thank you so much. Thank you, Paul.
Because we presented you what we are doing, okay? And you can have the impression it's a very diverse, from technology, basic research to social aspect. It's because we have fundamentally a bottom-up approach. So it's people are presenting some ideas and they are building tasks. And so it's a very, I think it's a very interesting approach, because we have a lot of topics. We want to complement this approach by a top-down, because we have some priorities. And if some priorities are not covered in the strategic plan, okay, we will miss something. So it's a balance between top-down and bottom-up approach. And just to say in the next 5 years, our 2 or 3 priorities, beside, of course, we will keep this one, no problem. But in addition, there is 2 or 3 topics. For example, e-fuel for maritime and aviation are very important for us. Even it's in collaboration, we are not alone, of course. E-fuel is a topic very important. Social, of course, societal aspect, as John mentioned, so it will lead to probably new tasks, not only social and environmental, but we can think about geopolitics also. We can think about all things about that. Electrolysis is something we have to continue to work because maybe not very obvious in this here. Hydrogen carrier, and what else? And the link between the countries, emerging countries, developed countries, developing countries, something we want to, in terms of technologies, I mean, not in terms of policy maker, but for example, how we can adapt technologies to specific contexts. Could be lead to technical work. So I want to mention that to be very comprehensive in our approach. And I think you have a very good view on what we are doing. And of course, once again, if you are a member of the TCP, it's up to you to propose a topic. You can propose a topic. After, you have to have some collaboration of a country, not alone, of course, but we are open to any topics once it's approved by the executive committee. So I think now it's very clear. Any final question before the coffee break? Anyway, we can discuss during the coffee break. Yes? Sorry.
Yes, I think this is key to study environmental issues, social issues, but how do you do with the different countries and regulations you have as members? It's not easy because technology, one can think, well, some countries have more access, others don't, but this is really local, environment, social. How do you manage that?
Regulation, there is many aspects of regulation. I can give you the floor. Just to mention, we have the task 47 on certification. It's a very huge, we didn't detail this task, but it's very important. Certification is one, because certification of low carbon. So it's a very important topic, but there is other topics, not only carbon content. You want to add something?
I just want to answer. That's a very interesting question. Thank you. So we have two databases. The PASELCA database, it represents 190 countries around the world. So it has social data in it. And then the social hotspot database has 150 countries around the world. So but both of them, you can find information. But if you want to have a specific study, you have to collect data yourself, which, like you said, is very difficult to do that. Yeah, thank you.
I propose to have the coffee break now because we are late, a little late. So we can continue the discussion during this coffee break. Thank you.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And you may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. feel like it. But this time it's not about escaping. We don't feel like it. We don't feel like it. 'Cause we don't feel like throwing it all away. We don't feel like it. We both have thoughts of leaving when thoughts get thrown around. But we keep going on believing and on till we're all cried out. 'Cause we don't feel like throwing it all away. We don't feel like it. But this time it's not about escaping. We don't feel like it. We don't feel like it. Cause we don't feel like throwing it all away. We don't feel like it.
I'm pleased now to introduce Ariel Perez, who will be representing HyChico. He's energy manager from HyChico, and he's a nuclear energier from Balseiro Institute and specialist on chemical science and environment from the University of Buenos Aires. So, Ariel, the floor is yours.
Muchas gracias. Buenos días. Welcome, colleagues and friends. It's an honor to receive all of you. And this time, I would like to start by the end, by saying thank you very much for your time, for your effort in traveling to be here. And it's an honor for us to share with you our experience. Sorry. Just a second. Okay, now yes. It's a pleasure to share with you our experiences, our vision, our experiences within the different working groups of the IEA, and as well as the challenges and opportunities we foresee in the short term. As an introduction, CAPSA CAPEC Group is an Argentinian company devoted to energy. We produce oil, gas, LPG, thermal power, and Ichico is the branch devoted to renewable energies and hydrogen. We have a couple of wind parks and a solar park under construction and a hydrogen facility. The main facilities are located in Patagonia, the paradise of the winds. And that's why we started from the very beginning analyzing the possibility of producing green hydrogen in Patagonia by means of wind power. We gain experience in producing wind power, hydrogen by means of water electrolysis, and the integration of both systems. And another driver was to look for synergies with the oil and gas activities we have in the same region. For example, to produce mixture of natural gas and hydrogen to produce power for the field, or to use depleted gas reservoirs for underground storage. Another driver is that we want to make businesses. That's why we are part of international consortium in order to analyze, for instance, the feasibility of producing green ammonia in Chile. All these milestones have a key driver, which is to be part of an international network of cooperation. Not only international, because we started with the Argentinian Hydrogen Association. Dr. Bolsic is member of this part, and as well international companies and consortium, as you can see here. So we highlight the importance of being part of a network, and this kind of event we celebrate. At a glance, here you can see the figures of Ichico. We pointed out the capacity factor of our wind parks, around 50%. The amount of hydrogen and oxygen we have produced, as well as the operating hours. For instance, our genset has more than 110,000 of hours of operation. Regarding underground storage, we prove the tightness of this kind of depleted gas reservoirs, as well as we have gained experiences in the production of green methane by means of methanogenesis processes. Part of the results were published in different congresses. Okay, what are our activities in the IEA? Part of the examples are here. Task 38, introduced by Paul. We were part of this task, in this case, analyzing different hydrogen carriers for different markets. In our case, we analyzed the production of green ammonia for the Japanese market. Another example is the underground storage. Task 42 is a very, very thorough analysis regarding all the activities around underground storage, and our contribution was from a field perspective, contributing with our results in the field as well as in the laboratory. In this way, we were part of an integration with the BRGM laboratory in France. In the same way, from the field perspective, we are part of the task 43. And here you can see part of the tests we are running in our facility in Patagonia, where we are testing a sensor, a kind of taste. Maybe you can see here, or here. Here is a kind of test tape in order to detect leaks of hydrogen. The tape changes its color when detects hydrogen. Okay, what are the opportunities and challenges we foresee in the short term? Regarding our own perspective, we will keep gaining experience in producing hydrogen, and in this aspect, a key point for us is to build strategic partnerships, for instance, with the different technology providers, as well as being part of international consortium in order to work on a hydrogen supply chain, in this case, for instance, for producing green ammonia for international and regional markets. From the perspective of the IEA, we foresee different feedback or recommendation that will be useful from the IEA to our region or to our countries. For instance, in order to develop feasibility analysis with real costs, real considerations, a clear consideration, for instance, in order to see the impact of regulations or taxes or subsidies, etc. That's a big contribution to our analysis. Technology support is another big point, and as well as to promote demonstration project or pilot project in our region. Regarding the Argentinian point of view and taking into consideration our current situation, there are two main points. One point is to have a useful feedback for our hydrogen national strategy. We need to produce an update in this strategy and to maybe to work together in the definition of goals of the roadmap for the next years, for instance, for the coming 5 years. Also, it's useful to have policy recommendations regarding lessons learned in other regions or countries, as well as to help us in the integration of Argentina to the world. That's another key point for other countries. As well as we are working, our government is working in the a future law, hydrogen law, a specific hydrogen law. So here are the main points where we see a valuable support of IEA for our country. So last but not least, this is Ichico. These are real pictures, and all of you are invited to visit us, and thank you very much. There are any questions?
Thank you. This is Rebecca Poleo from Chile. Can you highlight the main challenges that you had when you start developing this project in the local context regarding the social life context that you have on the region?
Yeah.
Not on the economic, on the technical point of view.
Thank you very much for the question. There are many challenges. Okay. Yes. There are many challenges regarding the social impact or the environmental impact. That's why the report or the works that present Dr. Khalil before are very important. For instance, we are evaluating in your country, in Chile, some projects where the use of water is a very sensitive point, and the permits for the land, for the water sources, can last many, many years. We are talking about more than 3 years. So if we are thinking about projects that COD in 2027, 28, we need to start now. And for all these permits, regulation, etc., we need people prepared enough to deal with that kind of issues. So to prepare the future people analyzing this kind of project is very sensitive. So it's an honor for us that IDBA or the University of Santa Cruz are here, as well as we need to be part of this international network of collaboration.
Thank you. The percentage of electricity produced from wind turbine in
Argentina. In Argentina or?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, the renewable energy in Argentina nowadays is around 14%. By law, we need to improve this percentage up to 20%. So we are in that direction.
Thank you.
Daniel, are you making some research in IGICO?
We are part of an international network. For instance, working on material testing or working in underground storage or hydrogen safety systems, yes, but not by our own cost or resources, but working together with other consortium or universities. Yeah.
Comment additionally to what Ariel mentioned and regarding your first question regarding social and tasks that we had to develop. When we had to develop the project of underground storage, for instance, you have to position yourself. We are in Patagonia. We are in the middle of a very big, vast land. And our operations are in a very, very small town, which is the Además, which is not far away from the city of Comodoro, but it's a small town that used to be where Shell was developing their operations many, many years ago. So we had local people, and we had to develop a project of storing underground 700,000 cubic meters of hydrogen in that reservoir, depleted reservoir. So we went to a public audience, because in the province, that was the steps we had to go. And we tried, and that was one of our obstacles, and I guess we did a good job there. We don't usually do a good job, but I think we did a good job there because we went into so much detail, but making things easy, not technically complicated, that people from that small village came to the hearing, to the public hearing, and we had no opposition, and we could develop the project. Of course, it helped us because we have been there developing an oil and gas, mostly activity for many, many years, so people trust us. But we had to explain all this. That's why I was listening to what Doctor was commenting before, because it's really important. And those things can just drop the project. I mean, if you do things not in an appropriate way, you may lose the project. We had an experience in Chile, in Copiapó, in the north of Chile, with a photovoltaic project that we just dropped it because we didn't do things as we should have done. We made mistakes, but also we found problems. You know, these things are not always on one side. It's 50-50. But those were obstacles we had to work on, and sometimes it goes well and sometimes it doesn't.
Thank you. Okay, and you are invited to visit us. Okay, thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tiago Ivanowski. I'm Brazilian. We're not going to talk about football or soccer here, unfortunately, because Argentina is a little bit better than us. But, okay, let's talk about energy and hydrogen. I think it's what's important and what is the subject of our meeting. So, first, just to give an example, and talk a little bit more about our company. The Energy Research Office, EPE, is a 100% state-owned company in the Brazilian government. We are directly linked to the Ministry of Mines and Energy, and our main role and main competence by law is to develop the energy planning studies and try to give to the ministry the best information, the best data, the best conditions for the ministry to take decisions. So we have some examples of similar institutions in the world. I don't know if it's working. Yes. The IEA in the US, the UPMI in Colombia, the Danish Energy Agency, which we have a very good cooperation with them, the Swedish and the Japan. So we try we are separated from the ministry, and as we are separated, we can develop by our own legs, of course, following the instructions of the ministry, but we can develop the studies of energy. So, and it's very linked, all the energy planning. We're not talking only about electricity or natural gas or oil and gas, biofuels, nuclear. We're trying to mix all of them and try to see all the aspects regarding of the energy in Brazil. So we have some international collaboration. Finally and formally now we are a member of the TCP H2. Formally it's the representatives of Brazil is the Ministry of Mines and Energy and us from the EPE. So it's a really good pleasure for us to be here to talk with you and try to bring all the information and all the tasks we were talking in the beginning of the meeting. Okay, well that could be a good task to get in. Oh, that's the other one, okay. And we have to see, of course, inside if we have some human resources to try to follow all these tasks, but we'll get it. So, as I mentioned before, we are the energy planning company in Brazil, and of course we have some, how can I say, some the main driven reports, the main reports that we published regarding the energy planning. When we look at the future, we try to see something around from the mid to long-term energy perspective in Brazil regarding demand, regarding offer, which kind of energy do we have now and which kind we're going to have in the future. So we try to also develop some tools to be more easy for the public, for the society, and try to reduce this asymmetrical information in the market. We have a lot of types of tools. One I would like to highlight is we have a kind of map of the hydrogen in Brazil, which are the main projects that is being developed in Brazil. Regarding, of course, we have to see if there is any final investment decision, or is only a memorandum of understanding, or is just a news, or we don't know exactly what is the step of the process of this project, but we try to bring to the market this information so the market can converse, they can chat and be with one with another and try to develop more and give more like emphasis, like a push to these projects. Of course, we have a lot of different types of reports and tools regarding energy in Brazil. So I invite you to go to our website. Unfortunately, we don't have too much report in English, but we can use Google Translate. Now it's a little bit easier to see, to know a little bit more. The Spanish language can understand if we read despacito, slow, so we can understand, I think so. Please, I invite you to know some reports of us. And regarding hydrogen, what we have, the first report that we published, it was like the base conditions of the hydrogen development in Brazil. We published it in the beginning of 2021. It was a really good report regarding the market. We had a lot of good returns from the society and from the companies. This report is also in English. So and we have a lot of other reports that we publish from that one, and to try to bring this minimal information to the society and to the companies to, do I have to go 5 degrees to left, 5 degrees to right? Not political, no, not politicians, but only for the direction. And so we try to bring this information. And these are the two main reports that we have regarding all the energy aspects, as I mentioned before. The PDE 2031 is what we are seeing the future in 10 years ahead. We are, this Friday, I will be in Brasilia, launching the PDE 2034, 10 years ahead. It's going to be available to the public consultancy from Friday, so I also invite you to know. And the PNE is the long-term energy plan that we try to see the future 30 years ahead. So it's more a kind of a qualitative approach than quantitative approach. So what's going to happen in the future? Okay, what are the main drivers for the consumers? The consumers are going to change the whole matrix, for example, from distributed generation or from the use of electricity, increasing the electricity demand. So I think this is our main goals. Before to pass to Jefferson, just one to Jefferson in English is different for me to say. So Jefferson in Portuguese. So before to let Jefferson in, just one very good news. Some months ago, Brazil has approved the hydrogen law. So I think it's not that gold, but I think we made a very good a consensus in the Congress to build a very good law. So we defined, for example, what is the low emission hydrogen? What is the level? Okay, 7 kilos by kilo of CO2. Oh, this high, maybe, but it's a beginning, and that we think that it was a good advance. So it's the first step that we made in the country. We define, for example, which is the responsible for the certification, which is the institution that is going to regulate the market. It's the same of the oil and gas regulatory agency. So it's a small step, but there is a phrase of the man in the moon. It's a small step for the humanity. No, it's a small step for a man and a great step for the humanity. So we are in the small step of a man yet, but we're trying to develop more things, and I think it's important to mention. And our potential, we have a lot of potential of hydrogen in Brazil, mainly regarding we are too much renewable when we are compared to other countries in the world. Regarding, for example, the energy matrix in Brazil, we are something around 50% renewable, mainly regarding the sugarcane ethanol fuel that we have in the light cars and the electricity, and also the other things that come from biomass. And when we're talking about electricity, we have, in last year, 2023, we had 93% of renewable. So mainly due to the hydro condition that we have in Brazil. Hydro is almost 65% of the electricity that we generate and consume. But we are also developed a lot of projects of renewables, wind, solar, biomass, and so on. So we have a lot of potential when we can see in the map regarding, or maybe to demand, to reduce to try to decarbonize in demand, directly on demand, or even by electrolysis to build and to make the hydrogen, for example. So you know, it's a kind of chicken egg problem, because electrolysis projects are too much density of energy. So we have to build, for example, more transmission lines to get to this project. And we're not talking about 100 megawatts. We are talking about gigawatts of projects. So it's not that easy, but it's a challenge that we must win in the future. So this is my first comments. I will let the floor to Jefferson to complete the presentation. Thank you.
I work as a director, or as technical advisor of Ivanovsky. The publication that Ivanovsky mentioned, the first publication, was so important because it established our basis for market design for hydrogen policy in Brazil. Because it's so important to recognize which is the initial point we are. When the discussion about hydrogen gained a momentum, we remember that a lot of discussion about green hydrogen only, based only on technological route, was so intense. But when we made a deep analysis in Brazil, we discovered that we can produce hydrogen from any source. Our territory has lots of sources to produce hydrogen: biomass, solar, wind, natural hydrogen, nuclear, natural gas with CCS. So Brazilian approach needs to recognize that low carbon emission hydrogen is more appropriate for its reality. Another thing that is very important is to recognize that we have a huge market, potential market to consume these fertilizers, iron steel, refining. So, of course, we want to export hydrogen for the world also. So, but energy transition and hydrogen is inside this, in this context. It's not only about decarbonization, but there is some ambitions like industrial development as job creation. So we need to market design a policy that could consider all these aspects. So from this initial diagnosis, Brazil created the Brazilian National Hydrogen Program that is designed considering a multidimensional approach of public policies. So we join the energy dimension, but industrial development dimension, economic incentives, regulatory framework, human resource, building capacity, and science and technology, because we see this hydrogen opportunity. We see hydrogen as an opportunity to build capacities in this field, and also develop Brazil in this field also, because industry has suffered a lot in recent years in Brazil. We are losing participation of industry in total GDP. So we intend to deploy this opportunity. Let me, how can I, como é que eu faço aqui? So, another important thing regarding the national hydrogen program is that engagement of stakeholders is important. So we structured this program according to 6 technical chambers. For each axis here showed, and we representatives of government and stakeholders from industry are joined to these chambers. The discussions are inputs for a work plan, a specific work plan for each technical chambers, and this work plan defines the priorities, the actions we do for the next 2 years, for example, but with a long-term view. The work plan of PNH2, 2023 and 2025, defines, we have more than 50, 60 activities in these plans, but we define some priorities. And these priorities is short-term. Establish legal and regulatory framework that is essential to give to attract investments. Boost R&D and I investments in Brazil in order to develop our science and technology in Brazil, and also scale to industrial activity, and expand access to finance. That is a common problem for energy transition as well. So these short-term priorities communicate with medium-term view up to 2035. And these medium-term goals includes disseminated the low-carbon hydrogen pilot plants in all regions of Brazil as a form to promote energy sources, all energy sources to produce hydrogen, and consolidate Brazil as a hub, a competitive hub to produce low-carbon hydrogen, and of course, develop industrial clusters. We call hydrogen hubs to produce hydrogen for domestic and for exports. I'll bring aqui some landscape about what we did do until now. In terms of science and technology, that is one of our priorities. Brazil defined that the target $34 million per year up to 2025. And this graph here shows the amount of dollars, no, but here it's in as reais, invested in hydrogen. This has it's increasing in terms of amount and in terms of share of total invested funds in hydrogen. These funds come from energy efficiency, energy obligations of oil and gas companies and electricity companies. But there are another initiatives in this field includes also promote investments in hydrogen labs infrastructure and promoting some projects about the hydrogen. For example, oil and gas companies invest in how to produce hydrogen with CCS, or producing from biomass, for example, or for solar wind, especially for electricity companies. Another recent initiative includes the recent launching of Brasilia about the hydrogen hubs, a public call, almost $1 billion in order to promote these hydrogen hubs. Currently, we have announced some, all of them are private projects. Announced almost 5 million tons of hydrogen per year up to 2030. But in majority, they are only on MOU, Memorandum of Entendimento stage. So we believe that this initiative of the hubs of hydrogen can help to boost this potential. I would like to say that this initiative results of international collaboration among Ministry of Mines and Energy and the Department of Energy Security, Net Zero of UK. So using CIF, Climate Investment Funds results in order to promote this. This is important because one important point that Ivanovsky mentioned, it's about international collaboration and about how this communicates with our initiatives. Another important remark is that, as Ivanovsky mentioned, the recent launched law of hydrogen tried to create a stable and reliable environment to investors. It's not the perfect law, because in a democracy we need to trade, but we believe that is a good law. And currently we are detailing some aspects. For example, certification. Certification is crucial for this market, because depending on how you define this, some routes are out of the business, some routes can be considered. For example, when we define it 7 kilograms of CO2 per kilograms of hydrogen, some routes can be out of. For example, depending on you put your system boundaries, if you put only in the production, or if you consider scope 1, 2, 3, some routes can be in or can be off. For example, if I'm not wrong, CCUS is out. If I put in only the production. If we put today, why this limit was put as 7? Because of ethanol. Because when you consider all the life cycle assessment, is near 0. But if you put the system boundaries, only the production, ethanol with 4 kilograms is out. So there is a lot of discussion in the sense that we need to evolve, and because of this, we joined to the TCP of hydrogen specific, aiming, wanting to join to certification task. Yes, because it's so important. But for us, when we first saw the description of TCP of hydrogen, we took it. Oh, it's like a Disney of subjects. But of course, we have limitations on human resource, so we need to choose what is priority. Certification certainly is priorities. Currently, we're discussion at the level of Ministry of Mines and Energy is in terms of the PNG program of hydrogen, and we are evolving this discussion to detail more system boundaries, certification, details of governance about the program. This is my final slide, and in few words, I will not read this. In few words, define a market design. You need to recognize which are your initial points, what are your ambitions. Brazil did this, recognize their potential for produce, consumption, exports, but also considering their ambitions. That includes industrial development, human resources development, science technology, and finally, for us it's very important this international collaboration, because we can exchange knowledge, we can develop joint projects. And the energy hubs that I mentioned in partnership with the UK government is an example that could enable us to develop more fast this market. So I thank you for this opportunity again, and okay, we are available for questions. Thank you.
there's another. Okay. Thank you for the presentation. I'm Carla Robledo from the Netherlands. We're working very much in collaboration with Brazil on hydrogen, especially with the northeast parts, with Ceará, Piauí, which are developing a lot of projects for exports. And maybe then one question related to that. You mentioned, Tiago, the transmission lines that will be needed to incorporate all these renewables and link to the electrolyzers. And you're about to publish a national planning for 2034 and also forward for 2050. You already have it. Can you tell a little bit how these transmission lines are being taken into account or not, especially in the northeast part? And who will be making those investments? Is it a responsibility of the government, of the regional, national government, or of the project developers? Thank you. Carla.
Carla, thank you very much for the question. It's a real trick thing that we have to face. It's a challenge. It's a kind of, as I mentioned before, the chicken egg problem, because we, of course, we would like to develop more transmission lines to be more a margin of generation projects, even regarding from the generation aspects or the demand side aspect. The transmission in Brazil, the transmission planning in Brazil is determinative, which leads us to, for example, EPE developed the studies of where are we needing the more transmission to, you know, to get the electricity flux. I don't know if it's correct, but electricity flux a little bit better. And then these transmission assets go to an auction. An auction, who participates in the auction is the private sector, which wins like a fixed fee for 30 years. And you know, it's as we think in Brazil, we have a lot of competition in this auction, so which lead us to a very competitive market. But also, it's important to know that the transmission is determinative, as I mentioned. So we must have like a very good condition to, okay, let's build a new transmission power line, for example, AC, a 500 kV, or maybe DC-DC connections with 1,000 or 2,000 kilometers. But you know, it's a lot of capex expenditure, capex, to develop this, and the whole consumer pays for that. So unfortunately, we cannot build lines to everywhere. It would be good, but you know, it's going to be heavy on the bill of the consumer. So this chicken egg problem, we're trying to show this on the PDE 2034. We are analyzing, for example, the beginning of small projects in the Northeast, as you mentioned, in Ceará, Piauí, 2 states in the Northeast, beginning with 2 gigawatts of demand. But they have already announced, for example, more than 30 gigawatts of electrolysis, which is a very, very huge number. The whole consumption of the Northeast system in Brazil is 13 gigawatts in the peak. So if they are saying to add more 30 gigawatts in the base, because electrolysis is almost in the base. So we have to be very careful about it. So it's a kind of chicken egg, but we're going, the best solution that we found until now is a kind of, you know, make a lot of chicken egg problems together and say, okay, let's move the first step. Then, okay, let's go to another step. Let's going to be, if they're going to be feasible, okay, there is an off-taker or no off-taker about the hydrogen, the low carbon hydrogen, and so on. We're going to refill ourselves and try to build more transmission lines. Thank you.
Quick question. In Brazil, what kind of government support and subsidies for clean energy, like carbon tax and so on?
Okay. In terms of carbon tax, the example we have more, but in terms of hydrogen specifically, the law of hydrogen defined two incentive mechanisms. The first is called Rehydro. That's a program that you need to prove that you are producing clean hydrogen, low carbon emission. So these criteria are being defined, but this is under discussion. And when you are eligible to this, you get some tax exempt for CAPEX. And there are another incentive mechanism, is another law, a complementary law, that allows you to have some discount in the production of the hydrogen. The consumption is a discount under tax, but under the OPEX production. So you have this Hydro. I don't know if there is a specific amount, federal taxes. But I don't know if Hydro, that's a CAPEX program, has an amount of money. But for PHBC, that's the second incentive mechanism, up to $3 billion until 2030, if I'm not wrong. Yes.
It's a very good challenge to understand, John. The tax framework in Brazil, because we have the municipal, state, and federal level taxes. This, what Jefferson mentioned in the law of hydrogen, mainly is regarding incentives for federal taxes. But of course, the states must build their own laws and try to develop more consumer and more producer of hydrogen with incentives of state taxes level. And regarding the electricity aspects, for example, there are some incentives, mainly regarding transmission tariffs and some other charges, I think if I translate, that renewables does not pay. If you are a hydro, for example, you pay some charges, for example, the use of the land of the reservoirs for the cities, or maybe the research and development taxes which feed us in the studies, that the renewables does not pay these charges. So there are some levels of that.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
So let's do the questions during the break.
Okay. We are available.
No, but we're running out of time.
Thank you very much for the questions.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Thank you for the invitation to the organizers. It's a pleasure to be here from Chile. And I'm coming here to give you a brief history of what we have done in Chile, and also to show you how the importance of the collaboration and the research, the development, the technology, it's something very important for us to make projects come true. I'm going to show you some examples of what we have already done in Chile. I'm going to give you a brief summary of what we have done from the very beginning of the history in Chile up to the projects that we have in this moment producing green hydrogen in Chile. So I'm going to talk about the strategy that we have implemented in Chile to develop the green hydrogen. But first of all, I'm speaking here as the president of the Chilean National Association. I just want to tell you who we are. I'm the representative of the big industry that we have in Chile. We have more than 100 professionals and companies that are integrated in the whole value chain of the hydrogen. And most of these companies are already having projects in Chile. Most of the 95% of the projects are already part of the National Association. And we are all working together to create this industry in Chile. But also we have very good international collaborations where we are working in this moment to potentiate, to promote research, promote development, promote the implementation of the sustainable technologies and the integration of also best practices, apply standards, to integrate all the best practices that in the world are already being analyzed into what we are doing in Chile to accelerate the growth of this industry in our country. The most recent agreement that we have is just about to be launched in a couple of weeks is the one that we are just to be signed with Hydrogen Europe. Is the next MOU that we're going to be signing to promote collaboration between our societies. I want to just introduce you why in Chile we decide to go into this big challenge to develop the industry and what we believe the hydrogen is going to be one of the tools to decarbonize, but not just to decarbonize our economy, but also to promote different opportunities for our region. First of all, let me tell you, in Chile, we have in the north of the country the best solar radiations with capacity factors more than 30%. And in the south, we have one of the best, as you may have also here in Patagonia, one of the best winds. We have capacity factors over onshore and offshore. We have over 70% of the capacity factors on the wind side. We have available capacity to generate renewable energy in 70% more than what we can consume in the country. So we have a lot of energy that we need to take advantage of this, but it's not everything just for us. It's too much energy. So we are trying to take all this power as much as we can, sustainable, with no or less impact into of course, the territories to produce green energies. And when I mean green energy, I'm not talking just about hydrogen, we're talking about also the derivatives. In this moment, our our energy sector our matrix is being almost 74%. Last report from last month was 74% of our energy production was from renewable. It was a peak in last month. But how the green hydrogen becomes for us a national policy. In this moment for us is a national policy matters. And everything started when we signed also the Paris Agreement. And after that moment we start in 2015, and at that moment we start designing also the energy policy of the country. And specific milestones was set for to recognize the hydrogen as one of the elements that could help also decarbonize. For us, the most important thing to decarbonize our economy, to decarbonize our energy matrix, is not the hydrogen in this moment. It's something that I may say. We recognize that this is a tool, but it's not the tool. It's not the final solution. It's very important for us. In our case, we're working very hard to get the energy efficiency of the sector. In second way, we're working a lot on the renewable and electrification of the sectors. And in those cases where are hard to abate, hard to electrify, we're applying hydrogen or its derivatives. So in this moment, we have all these instruments, energy policy, long-term climate strategy, and the long-term energy planning, which all the instruments are setting the baselines with different milestones to get the hydrogen as one of the elements to get into the energy matrix to reduce the the carbon or the CO2 emissions into our energy sector. Specific milestones we have, for example, for the 2040, we have to have the 20% of the fuel matrix based on green hydrogen, and we're working based on that. 2025, we have to completely withdraw the coal for energy sector. In this moment, we are almost about to do it. Companies are already, some of them are already 100% of the coal, and we have in this moment a mixture of gas and renewable. So this is the baseline. But this then come into why were we doing this? Because we think the hydrogen could contribute to reduce in 24% the CO2 emissions in our sector. So to get the carbon neutrality. So all of those alignments that we have on the instruments, on the policies, were set on this national green hydrogen that was published on November 2020. And this hydrogen strategy was basically summarizing the intentions and the main points to be developed in Chile. Of course, there are some milestones that we have in this strategy that if you ask me in this moment, are we going to comply with this? These are our targets. But of course, as the industry evolves, as the industry it's going, we understand all the challenges, and we know probably there are some targets that are going to be delayed and some other challenges, but some others have to be probably updated. But this is our targets. And they were divided in two main windows. First window was to ramp up the domestic usages, and basically we prioritized in that moment, in November 2020, when we were starting this, 6 basic industries to start deploying and working and to focalize our efforts. In this moment, currently, 4 years later, these 6 sectors are already being prioritized, and we're focusing a little bit more than in all of these ones. For example, we're focusing a lot on the ammonia, on the ammonia sector. We're focusing a lot on the heavy-duty trucking. We're focusing a lot in the blending and the long-range buses. There are other sectors that in this moment, we know that we can work on it, but it's not the moment, it's not the proper time, because economics is also a very important factor in our sector. Second window, or second wave in this case, is 2025, 2030, and onwards. It's how are we going to be developing our industry, focusing on the exporting market, and on the way we studied in that moment, which were our targeting markets that we were going to be focusing. And based on that, we start developing also or working to comply with regulations. All of our projects in Chile, due to the type of configuration that we have and the renewable sources that we have, are basically complying with most of the European regulations that we have. So that exist. So this was already capitalized in this second wave, and this is how all the projects are being targeted in this moment. The projects are going to be for export. Then from the strategy, we go to a another layer, which more specific, which is the Green Hydrogen Action Plan, which is specific actions to be deployed between 2023 to 2030. And this plan, which is basically set milestone-specific actions. It has 81 actions with 18 lines of actions to promote Chile as a producer of green hydrogen, and while contributing, very important this, and that's something that we are working a lot. This plan is aimed to make sustainable growth of the industry. What I can highlight from this plan, and also from the strategy, to take we could recognize in Chile that the social component is extremely high important. All these instruments were prepared not just only on the governmental side or in the industry side. This was a result of a public consultation. This was a result of a public, private, communities, academic sectors work. It was a very long processes were resulted in these agreements. So these documents reflects the opinion and the analysis of all the players that are already been affected or related to the hydrogen sector. From these key milestones that we have to comply by the 2026, there are some of them that are already being done that we have in this moment. For example, the database that we have available for all of you is a web page that you can access for the green hydrogen database. We have the explorador de hidrógeno. You can access from them and you can analyze the situation of the hydrogen sector in Chile. So, and we have some others that are almost about to be ready. For example, the launching of the green hydrogen facility that we hope to have it this year or beginning next one. So we are going through this specific. Also, this action plan has two important windows. The first window, 2023-2026, to focalize a little bit more. It's basically focused on implement the investment to focalize in the signals for the industry, the signals for the give the certainties to the investors, that we have the regulations, that we have the certainty in the country to develop the projects, especially the big projects. And then we also have, and also the off-takers. The off-takers also have, considering that these, especially the giga-scale projects that we have, they are long-term developments, very risky, very complex projects, and the off-takers are difficult to commit if something is to have a COD or a startup to be producing in 4 or 5 years. So with these signals, those are telling you Chile is one of the countries that you can trust if you are buying product from this. And the second window is just to produce to produce the linkage with the decarbonization. So the actions are already here, are to produce to have the prepared capital, the human capital, the articulation to engage with local developments and so on. But this is something that I wanted to show you and to show you the importance of the research, the importance of what you're doing in the innovation. Everything goes at the end at this. This is not possible if you don't have the development that you are doing and the innovation and investigation levels. In this moment, Chile, this is the current picture of what we have in Chile in the industry in this moment. We have 74 announced projects, basically in the whole value chain for hydrogen and ammonia and e-fuels, basically. We have 9 projects in operation. Everything is in pilot scale. I think the biggest project that we have is Walmart in Chile. Walmart and HIF, Arboni. Walmart is to produce hydrogen for mobility sector, for forklifts. And Haruoni is to produce e-fuels in the Patagonia with wind. But also we have, this all represents something about $15 billion in investments. We have 10 projects more in environmental evaluation, and from these projects we have giga-scale projects already that are located in the Magallanes region, and they all represent more or less 2 gigawatts of electrolysis. Some of the examples of the applications that we are using already, this is reality, these are real pictures that we have. The first hydrogen-powered locomotive in Chile, actually in Latin America, it's going to be launched in the coming weeks. It's going to be a public news. The locomotive is already is going to be in the Antofagasta region. It's from one of the mining companies. And then also we have the first hydrogen truck that arrived to Chile that is belongs to the Walmart Chile. And these are examples also. This is public-private collaboration. And also we have the first intercity bus, which will be operating by hydrogen. Also, it was a consortium by a public-private sector. And Walmart Chile, Haruoni, they are all consortium, they are all collaboration. This is an industry that is impossible to make it from the beginning alone. Finally, just to give you some messages that we have good news, but there's still a lot of work to do. First of all, just to give you an example, because there are a lot of bad news in this moment, a lot of bad communications, that the projects are not coming, that the industry of hydrogen is something that is not going to progress. But this is normal type of communications in an industry that is new, and we need to keep working. We need to keep progressing. We are creating a new industry, and we need a lot of research. We need a lot of collaboration. The numbers of projects are recent. Oops. We have in this moment, they have risen in 4 years from 200 projects to more than 15,000, 100,000, I'm sorry. Latin America and the Caribbean, where we are, could count for 20% of the projects in the whole world. For the progress in FIDs, taking final investment decisions in the 4 last years has been taking a lot of progress. Actually have risen 7 times in the last years. And these are corresponding to 400 projects, more or less. We have 74, proudly say, in Chile. And these are investments about almost $80 billion, more or less. But there's a lot of opportunities for us in the region, as well as in Chile, but we have a lot of opportunities in the region. We have to take the advantage of the natural resources that we have, but there's also opportunities in the social sector. We have to not just trying to explain, as you may say, in a clear way to get the communities and the local communities involved in this, but there's also opportunities to technological development, to get more R&D in our sectors, and to get also an inclusive opportunity to develop more people, more women, more inclusive sector into the technological careers. And but there's a lot of challenges. And as I've been listening to my colleagues from Brazil and also from Argentina, I think we in Chile thought we all have the only problems, but I think we also have the common problems: regulations, policies, social acceptance is also a challenge, environmental compliance of the sustainable projects, technical knowledge. We all know that still there's a lot of technical knowledge that we still need to develop to operate, to have this technology mature. There's still immaturity in the technological sector at the end to escalate this industry. Production cost, as the technology matures, is going to get and escalate. It's going to get, of course, better costs at the end. We have still to, and this is going to be also helping in the finance sectors. And we in LATAM, even though we have the best energy renewable sources, we are not alone. We still have to work to get the other parts of the world that are already competing with us, and they are coming a lot closer. We are not alone in this race. We can do it, but we still have to work. Thank you very much for the attention. Do you have any questions?
In your last slide, you wrote, or statement is that you're not alone. Other competing countries are advancing faster. What is the proof that they are really, they will run into the same problem probably have?
Yeah, that's an interesting question, and that's something that we are trying to compare what they are doing different laws. Australia, in this case, have some financial aids from the government that we don't have available in Latin countries. At least in Chile, we don't have subsidies because it's difficult. And Morocco and Oman, they have, at least Oman, it's a lot of, I think it's obvious. And India has developed some financial aids and instruments also from the government that helps them to get MOUs and binding agreements already that they are putting them on the race to be leaders. So we have a lot of energy, we have a lot of resources, but we don't have the money still to develop faster. That's basically the main thing.
I have more than a question, a comment perhaps. And as we are short of time, I leave it on the floor, and perhaps we can discuss it in lunch, or I'd like to listen to your ideas or your opinions on this, as well as I'd like to listen to Brazil also in the planning area. Because we speak a lot about the projects, we speak a lot about pilot projects, we speak about transmission lines, CapEx investments, projects which are being studied, gigawatt capacities. But I heard only 2 times, once you did, and once you did also, for me, the critical word, which is off-takers. If there are no off-takers, there are no projects. And I'd like to listen and see how you see the off-taker side. From your perspective, perhaps now not, because it may be a long answer, and also from your planning, because you spoke of projects all over Brazil. But we are working on a project in Chile. I have to say Chile did a terrific work with regards to hydrogen strategy, policy, impeccable. We are working there partly because of what you've done till today, as a country, I mean. But I don't see the off-taker market in Japan yet ready, in Korea yet ready, in Europe yet ready. And when I mean yet ready, I mean there are a lot of companies which are talking, as you mentioned there, off-taker agreements are increasing, but they are mostly non-binding. And that's the magic word, non-binding. If they are non-binding, they're nothing. They're just comments. And these projects are high investments. Okay, you need a lot of money, and you need a binding for 15 years or 20 years. And the magic word that comes after that is price. Who's going to bind if there's no price? So I'd like to leave it there, and not for a discussion now, otherwise it will be too long and we will miss lunch. But I think we have to look at that, because if not, we're just selling in between each other what we like to listen, but we will not get further than that.
Yes, a lot. When you talk about exporting in 2030 hydrogen, already in 2030, do you mean pure hydrogen or in ammonia?
I mean in derivatives. Could be ammonia, could be e-fuels, like the case of the project that we have in Haruoni. Haruoni is exporting e-fuels, actually. No, I mean, at least in Chile, it's not in the plan in this moment to export liquid hydrogen, which would be the easiest, but it's costly. Yeah.
We are over time, but just to make not a comment, to propose an idea we can discuss later, because we are here to think about collaboration, exchange between countries, and it's not only a presentation, it's also ideas to establish more collaboration. And I was thinking, just imagine that we have several countries from Latin America in the TCPs, and as I understand that in Latin America you have not exactly the same framework for international collaboration that, for example, we can have in Europe. We have a lot of framework for collaboration. Maybe we could think about, do you think that the TCP could be a place when we can enhance, we can promote collaboration between Latin America on some specific aspects? Because I think there is a lack of framework for that in your countries. Of course, specifically on some aspect, not everything, but just an idea I put on the table.
From my personal view and from the view of the association, I think there's room for that. I think we have a lot of good talents in the research and development and innovation in our countries, and we have a very common goal, and we have a lack of resources actually in Latin America. That's a problem that we have. So I think there's room. We have to find a way how we can join these TCP programs. But considering that we have a lot of talents, I think would be a very good way. Yes, I think there are specific points when we can go, of course. Production centers or production centers for hydrogen from the renewable sources are in the north and in the south. North from the solar factors are around 35%. And to produce hydrogen in a competitive way, in a competitive scale, has to be off-grid in this moment. And that's going to be probably only to be producing solar hours. So that's going to be also the plant factor, 30%. In the south is different. Average would be plant factor, wind factors are between 65–70%. And it's the same. In the north could be a back of the energy for to increment these plant factors because there's grid, but it's something that has to be very careful due to the transmission cost and to preserve the safety and the secureness and the stability of the grid, of course, which is not the primary design for hydrogen production. So batteries also could be an additional to increment this capacity factor. But in the south, which is there's no transmission networks, battery is going to be also the option to increment these capacity factors and lower the capex of the electrolyzers. That's going to be probably the two options.
I just remind you that after the lunch, we'll have a half an hour session for question and answers, in case you have more questions. Now I give the floor to Ana María Ruz Frias. She is the Executive Director of Green Hydrogen Committee at Corfo. Ana María has over 15 years of experience in energy efficiency and renewable energy, with 7 years specifically focused on green hydrogen industrial development in Chile.
Good afternoon or good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me. I'm quickly talk about Corfo. Corfo is the Economical Development Agency of the Ministry of Economy of Chile. It was founded more than 80 years ago. In the context of a big earthquake, it was necessary to rebuild the country, and then Corfo was created. The concept at that time of create industries in Chile was different than we have now, but we are working now on that. Our vision is to achieve a sustainable, territorially balanced and egalitarian development model, and we have the challenge that you can see there, and we move an emission-oriented toward an environmental sustainable economy with quality jobs through knowledge. Here is the managing pillars of this administration in Corfo. The third one is new industrial policies. We are focused on two issues. This is green hydrogen and lithium, and the cross-cutting axis that you can see there. This is our national green hydrogen strategy that was explained by Rebecca before. It's very ambitious, as you can see. It was established in 2020 in a work made by our Ministry of Energy with the support of McKinsey. The context, just to mention the strategical committee. This strategical committee is a sectorial transversal political agreement with the idea of to have a state policy, not administrative policy, giving the investors the guarantee that this strategy will continue, passing the different administrations. And also you can review the Plan de Acción Hidrógeno Verde in that link. This is our compromise. We are legally obligated to reduce our CO2 emissions, and green hydrogen is going to contribute with 24% of the reductions, and 71% is in cargo transportation, 12% in industrial mining, and 7 and 2 in residential and industry, basically. The Green Hydrogen Committee that I am the director, it was created on May 2022. with the objective of accelerate the sustainable development of green hydrogen industry. The board is a group of 11 ministers and is led by the Ministry of Energy, Mr. Diego Pardo. Our objective is to coordinate public sector to be available to respond to the big challenge that have this new industry in Chile. Just some of the pictures are just for tell you the importance of this strategy, green hydrogen strategy for Chile. The first one was in Palacio de la Moneda. It is the presidential palace in Chile, in presence with the President Boris. And then the other meetings were in Antofagasta and Punta Arenas, Magallanes region, giving the signal of the importance that this industry is going to be developed in the regions. Please, no se asusten. It's just to mention that we start in 2017 with the support of GIZ in Chile. I know that Argentina started before of us, but we start in 2017. This is one of our first actions. We have a first call for financing green hydrogen projects in 2021. We have at that time a subsidy of $50 million, a lot of money for a country as Chile. At that time, we have convenient contacts with 5 companies, with 5 projects. At that time, we are very happy. We have a very good distribution along the country. We have national and international companies leading the projects. We have also national domestic consumption and exporting. But going ahead, actually, probably the only project that could go on time, it will be GNL Quinteros. It's a project for blending the hydrogen with natural gas in the region of Valparaiso. This model was a subsidy of $50 million in a reimbursement scheme, and the project needs to be operating or commissioning by December 2025. So the issue is that the project continues, but they are not able to reach the date of December 2025 because principally 2 issues. One, if the environmental issues have been taken more time than planned, and the other is the energy cost. And when I say energy cost, it's not just the cost of producing electrons from the solar panel or the wind tower, it's the cost of supply, the energy transmission, the secondary, the cost of supply the energy in the point, I mean transmission cost, secondary ancillary service, ancillary service, and all. When the project applied to Chile in 2021, the cost of this cost were $5 per megawatt hour. On December 2023, the costs have arisen more than $15 by megawatt hour. This is one of the tools that we have as Corfo, the R&D tax incentive law. That is a very good tool, we think so. In December 2023, 2 projects applied to this, the project that you can see there, and they got $150 million as a subsidy for the project. We also, as Corfo, are designing, and we hope to have an operation on next weeks, the facility. This facility is a fund of $1 billion that we hope to arise $12.5 billion of private investment with the contribution of the multilateral banks that you can see here. This is a picture of some projects across Chile. These are not the 74 projects that mentioned Rebecca before, but you can see we just left here the project that under environmental evaluation. I mean, they are applying to the environmental improvement along the country. And you have see there also the small projects that are operating in the country. The projects that are operating, one is Gas Valpo in the region of Coquimbo in the north. They have blending with natural gas. They use the R&D exemption law. The project of Walmart that Rebecca mentioned before, this is operating in a distribution center in Quilicura in the north part of Santiago. This is absolutely private investment without any support from the public sector. And the project, HIF project, that is producing and exporting e-fuels from a small of 3 megawatt wind tower that you can see there. Now they are applying of Corfo high technology for DAC because they have the challenge that they cannot capture carbon from the air, so they need to work in this research line. By now, they are getting biogenic carbon from a brewery from Mendoza or from some part of Argentina, so it could be not a good CO2 food. Other projects that you can see here, the locomotive in Antofagasta that is going to be launched on November 12th now. And just for commenting you that the locomotive is there, but green hydrogen is not there. So here we have the real problem of the egg and hen. And Toyota Mirai have 3 cars in Santiago. They have all the permits, so they have the refueling station. And the project for Andes Motors launched in 2023, a bus for transporting the mining workers to the high altitude they need to prove if the technology, the bus is capable to operate 3,000 meters over sea. And the climate condition that the mining site have. Other projects that were approved recently on last December 2023. The first one is with Walmart and Marvel and IEA. They bring this truck, is a Chinese truck. The objective of them is to have a fleet of 50 trucks for logistic services between Valparaiso and Santiago. They apply to Corfo technological program and they got $3.5 million. In the middle also another technological program. The idea of this project, led by Senator Mario Molina, is to manufacturing vehicles Hyundai with Hyundai fuel cells. That is going to be, the technology is coming from Spain. And the last one is one project led by Comasa. They are a bioenergy plant in the area, in the region of Araucanía. And the idea of them is to produce fertilizers. Also, with Corfo, we are supporting other projects. In fact, we just closed on 2022 of October, a call for companies that are able to manufacturing or assembling electrolyzers in Chile. We received 10 applications. We are evaluating them. We have a subsidy of $10 million. It's very small compared with the Indian process, but we make our better effort on that. So also we have a Green Hydrogen Technology Center in Magallanes region that closed on 24 of September and with a subsidy from Corfo of $6 million. This is a summary of the different tools that we have as Corfo, starting for the $1 billion of facility that is not a subsidy, it's a commercial instrument. So you have the project, you go to the bank, and then through the bank you can get credit or warranty lines for financing the project. The others are explained there with the facility. So we are happy to facilitate the contact with the projects that are being developed in Chile. Thank you.
I have a question. Walmart project, trucks, Valparaíso, Santiago. Who's going to provide the hydrogen? What is the cost of that hydrogen? I guess those were issues that were presented, so that Corfo gave the $6.5 million of subsidy to the project. And what, I mean, is that already sorted out? Because if not, they brought the trucks, but who's going to subsidize and who's going to produce the hydrogen?
Let me tell you that the tax was presented in the Evolution 2024 in Santiago. And after the tax was there, a lot of companies come to with Walmart and offering them green hydrogen. But in the reality, what we have now, in the reality is 600 kilowatt of electrolyzer in Quilicura. They are producing hydrogen there in the distribution center. And now Walmart is going to have the project in 2 distribution centers more, El Peñón and I don't remember the other. So they are right. They are going. The idea of to have a 5 megawatt electrolyzer and have enough hydrogen for their operation, and also they are offering to others.
But they will produce it then?
Yep. Yeah. On site, from the grid. So it's as green as the grid is. But you can certify that you are using green hydrogen from renewable.
What price? Because if they take it from the grid has a transmission cost of not less than $25 per megawatt. And if you had to add that to the normal cost of energy in Chile, you will be talking of $30, $35 per megawatt, which brings you to a total of $60 or $65 per megawatt, which is not competitive.
I know, but
So there must be some subsidy hidden there, otherwise Walmart wouldn't do it.
I think that the decision of Walmart, because they have the experience of having these solutions in the United States. But you can talk with, from our point of view, Walmart is going ahead. And they have the projects, and probably it's not just economical analysis, because they use this as a marketing brand, very green brand, very, very important. And they are very happy with this. They are famous. They are green. Yes, they are green. See, they bought the certificates.
We dealt with Walmart for a year and a
Yeah.
half. And at the end, they didn't want to pay their energy supply more than what they were paying currently, the gray, blue, whatever energy supply they have. So if they do it, it's because they're getting a subsidy from someplace, and it makes sense economically, not only to have the green stamp on it.
Yeah, but it's not so close to the loop. I mean, it's more large in the sense of you can put the issues of marketing there and your image. Okay.
Maybe you can complement that, because that's an interesting discussion. I would like to complement to change a little bit the vision of when we are analyzing the projects of hydrogen. It's not a straightforward analysis that we are doing when we analyze the cost of the hydrogen and based on, I'm going to take the hat of the Hydrogen Association in this moment, and I'm going to put the hat of a developer. In this case, Walmart just not take into consideration besides that they have green energy because they have a certification from a green PPA, and they also have renewable sources in their facilities to complement the energy. But also they take into consideration in the business case, not just the direct cost of the hydrogen, which they are producing, probably not the same that the diesel they were. All the forklifts that they are using in this project, actually, they were almost about 200 forklifts that they were retrofitted from diesel and ion battery to hydrogen. But they also take into consideration the optimization of the operation, the reduction in the OPEX, which is also very important. So in the cost equation, it's not just to compare the traditional combustible with hydrogen. It's not a direct relationship. When they mix into and you sum in all the components, is in their business case, hydrogen, when the model that they have, they're able to escalate, not even because in Chile there's no other funds available, they're not able, at least not in a legal way, and I think that's the way they are working, to use funds from other countries in Chile. So, and they are planning in this moment to actually escalate 2 trucks to 2 hydrogen, to 2 centers additional. So they're planning to escalate. They're one of the first movers in Chile, which is, for us, is very good. They're paying probably more of the capex in this moment. It's a pilot plan, which is the cost also higher. But the business case has a very good projection based on the OPEX, which is also a very good component. So we have to change also the mind. That's part of the offtake discussion that we have, that when we put in the Excel file, not just the capex, we have to put the OPEX, and it's not the typical 3% that we normally analyze in a project. So that's also important.
One question related and very short. Mining is a concern. Mining is a concern.
Yeah, but maybe because we still have 2 speakers. Okay, now we give the floor to our speaker from Peru, Daniel Camac. Daniel is an electrical engineer and holds a master's degree in engineering sciences with a PhD from Brazil. He is currently the president of the Peruvian Hydrogen Association.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation. Can you put the presentation, please? Okay. Honestly, I prefer to speak in Spanish, so I will switch to Spanish. My apologies for that. Okay. Lo que les voy a presentar en estas láminas es básicamente qué ofrece Perú en términos, quizás en algunos casos, un poco diferenciado a lo que tienen los otros países para poder invertir en la industria de hidrógeno en Perú. Primero, y similar a las otras asociaciones de hydrogen, H2 Perú se formó en febrero del 2021, ¿no? Somos un poco más joven que las otras asociaciones, pero hemos crecido muy rápido. Todas estas empresas que están aquí están a lo largo de toda la cadena de valor del hidrógeno, ¿no? Productores de energía, proveedores de tecnología, consumidores, potenciales consumidores como el sector minero, que seguramente vamos a hablar un poco más ahora, la industria de cemento, el sector transporte, que para nosotros es importante, ¿no? Tenemos, por ejemplo, la mayor empresa de transporte que hace el transporte logístico a las industrias, a la minería, al cemento, etcétera. Tenemos a la empresa LATAM, que es la empresa aérea, como ustedes saben, entre otros, ¿no? Y empresas que proveen muchos otros insumos a estos sectores de consumo energético intensivo, ¿no? Perú es una economía, digamos, abierta y muy resiliente, ¿ya? En verdad, tenemos cerca de 22 tratados de libre comercio que nos acerca, en teoría, a 58 países, ¿no? Y tenemos una ubicación también muy importante dentro del Pacífico de Sudamérica, y con un sistema portuario muy grande, ¿no? De hecho, uno de los puertos más grandes de Sudamérica se va a inaugurar este año, que es el puerto de Chancay, que nos va a hacer una conexión directa con Asia, ¿no? Pero además Perú viene de un crecimiento muy sostenido desde los años 90, ¿no? Solamente con algunos shocks internacionales hemos tenido un no crecimiento, como el caso de la pandemia, por ejemplo, pero en general hemos crecido mucho, ¿no? Y estos son los números que ustedes pueden ver. Esperamos crecer este año cerca de 3% a nivel de GDP o PBI, como queremos llamarlo. El próximo año 2.6%. Somos uno de los países que tiene el menor riesgo, ¿no? Después de Chile, que está aquí, pero somos el país que tiene la menor inflación, ¿no? Entonces, eso, como repito, viene desde hace muchos años, ¿no? Entonces, eso da cierta confianza para que los inversionistas como de la industria del hidrógeno puedan ir a Perú, ¿no? Y quizás aquí el slide más importante, ¿no? 5 razones que pueden hacer efectivamente darle mucho valor a desarrollar la industria de hidrógeno en el Perú. La primera es la experiencia de la industria del gas natural. En Perú tenemos 20 años que producimos gas natural a precios muy competitivos, exportamos ese gas y abastecemos el mercado interno. O sea, una de las cosas que hemos aprendido en Perú es que sin la exportación no se abastece el mercado interno, y eso es importante porque hemos tenido que desarrollar grandes infraestructuras de billones de dólares que nos han permitido abastecer el mercado interno. La infraestructura inicial era casi diría la quinta parte de la infraestructura que hoy existe, ¿ya? Y eso solo ha sido posible cuando se firmó el contrato de exportación. Entonces, ese es un primer elemento, y nosotros creemos que la industria del hidrógeno va a ser similar, ¿no? Además, el tamaño de infraestructura, para tener precios competitivos necesitas un tamaño de infraestructura muy grande y un volumen de producción muy grande, ¿no? La segunda fortaleza que tiene Perú, y esto también nos diferencia de algunos países de la región, es que tenemos un alto potencial renovable y de muy buena calidad, muy similar al de Chile, para ser honesto, ¿no? Tenemos en la zona sur de Perú una radiación del orden de 5 o 7 kilovatios hora por cada metro cuadrado, ¿no? Eso es, digamos, el nivel de intensidad solar. Y tenemos en otras partes del Perú, en el norte y también muy cerca de Lima, una intensidad de viento que hoy, por ejemplo, ya tenemos plantas renovables de viento con un factor de planta de 60% en Lima. No en una ciudad extrema, la tenemos cerca de Lima, donde tienes toda la infraestructura necesaria para generar las condiciones habilitantes para el hidrógeno. Pero además tenemos un potencial de cerca de 800 gigavatios, ¿no? Perdón, 800.000 megavatios, 800.000 megavatios, y el mercado peruano hoy día es de 7.500. ¿Ya? Y el abastecimiento de nuestro mercado hoy día es 50% con hidroeléctricas, 42% con gas natural y 8% con renovables, viento y sol, solo 8%. ¿Qué quiere decir? Que Perú todavía no ha puesto en valor las mejores zonas y los mejores proyectos de viento y sol que tiene. Y eso nos da un rol muy importante para producir hidrógeno a precios competitivos en ese potencial de calidad que todavía no ha sido puesto en valor porque no tenemos demanda, ¿no? Tercer elemento, tenemos un gap de infraestructura de transporte muy grande. El compromiso que ha adoptado, por ejemplo, la actual administración del gobierno peruano es en los próximos 5 o 6 años instalar 6 trenes, ¿ya? Que en total suman 2.000 kilómetros para conectar todo el país. Entonces, el trabajo que estamos haciendo dentro de H2 Perú es convencer justamente a las autoridades que esos trenes que van a entrar en operación comercial probablemente el 2032 o más allá del 2032, no pueden ser desarrollados con combustibles fósiles, sino más bien con esta tecnología, ¿no? Pero además, el sector de transporte es uno de los sectores que más emisiones genera en Perú. Ni siquiera el sector eléctrico, ¿ya? El sector transporte genera más emisiones. Entonces, y ahí, hablando un poco también el acercamiento al sector minero, es que si bien es cierto, hoy no hay tecnología para que las compañías mineras puedan utilizar los camiones utilizando hidrógenos para el acarreo de mineral, pero sí hay tecnología para que toda la logística que utiliza el sector minero para sus insumos, el sector cementos, el sector acería en Perú, pueda transformarse al uso del hidrógeno. Me explico. Todas estas grandes operaciones en Perú importan muchos insumos que llegan normalmente al puerto del Callao, que está en Lima, y desde ahí se utilizan muchos camiones para moverse hacia el sur de Perú, donde están las operaciones mineras, o hacia el norte del Perú, recorriendo muchas veces alrededor de 2.000 kilómetros naturalmente. Toda esa logística, y por eso para nosotros es importante que los grandes proveedores del sector de transporte en Perú estén parte de H2 Perú, y vamos a iniciar en los próximos meses, ¿no?, un piloto entre el sector minero y el sector transporte de Perú para orientarnos a que esa logística pueda transitar muy rápido, ojalá al 2030, para utilizar hidrógeno verde, ¿ya? Entonces, ese es un foco muy, muy fuerte en el que estamos ingresando. Y el quinto elemento, en realidad, es la experiencia en energía renovable, ¿no? Y voy a usar esta lámina. Perú tiene 50 años produciendo hidrógeno verde en el Perú, ¿ya? Entonces, la operación en Industrias Cachimayo, que está en el departamento de Cusco, muy cerca de Machu Picchu, dicho sea de paso, y en Machu Picchu tenemos una central hidroeléctrica que es la que inicialmente proveía energía a esta planta de Cachimayo. Cachimayo es una operación hoy día de aproximadamente 27 megavatios, que utiliza 7 electrolizadores para producir amoníaco, para producir nitrato de amonio en grado ANFO, ¿no? Y ENAEX, que es la que opera Industrias Cachimayo, el día de hoy vende explosivos a la minería del Perú. Y compite con otra empresa que, por ejemplo, es Órica, que importa el nitrato de amonio para producir también explosivos para la minería. ¿Qué les trato de decir con eso? De que en realidad el precio al cual produce Industrias Cachimayo es un precio competitivo con la importación del mercado internacional del nitrato de amonio. Entonces, esta experiencia, la verdad, de Industrias Cachimayo es muy relevante, inclusive para el desarrollo intelectual y de capacitación de los ingenieros que conocen muy bien esta operación, y cuando uno visita Industrias Cachimayo, les aseguro que aprenden mucho más que en una universidad visitando esa operación que tiene todo ese tiempo. Anteriormente, ese mismo proceso se utilizaba para producir urea, fertilizantes, el mismo proceso, hidrógeno, amoníaco, nitrato de amonio, grado fertilizante. ¿Okay? Entonces, Perú conoce la industria y creo que es la operación al día de hoy más grande que comercialmente funciona en el mundo. ¿Okay? Basado un poco entonces en todas estas experiencias, es que en H2 Perú hemos desarrollado esta hoja de ruta, ¿no? Que esperamos que al 2030 poder instalar Sin duda no son números grandes, pero creemos que son números realistas, ¿no? Algo que realmente se puede implementar, y con los proyectos que les voy a comentar después, puede ser que efectivamente se logre estos números, ¿no? Entonces, instalar 1 gigavatio de nueva capacidad en electrolizadores, ¿no? Entrar ya en el sector de logística del transporte al 2030, al 2040 pasar a 6 gigavatios de capacidad de electrolizadores, ¿no? Entrar en la reducción, obviamente, 75% de la industria de fósiles, 80% en la importación de los derivados del hidrógeno, y al 2050, que lamentablemente no se ve ahí, pero es más o menos la consolidación de la exportación y el abastecimiento del mercado interno, ¿no? Con el potencial, y estos son estudios que ya hemos hecho con consultores internacionales, Perú puede llegar en el mediano y largo plazo a estos niveles de producción de hidrógeno verde, ¿no? Seguramente entre 1.5 y 2.6 dólares el kilogramo de hidrógeno producido. ¿Qué otros elementos son importantes que conozcan y que ha sido básicamente un trabajo también de H2 Perú? Primero, que hemos desarrollado todo el contenido para que el hidrógeno sea parte de las índices del gobierno peruano, que tiene compromiso de reducir 40% de sus emisiones al 2030. Entonces, ese trabajo ya está hecho, eso se debe aprobar probablemente en los siguientes meses, pero asimismo, a finales del año 2022, desde H2 Perú hemos propuesto tanto al Poder Ejecutivo como al Poder Legislativo del Perú la ley del hidrógeno. Esa ley ha sido aprobada este año, en febrero de este año, entonces, y para nosotros ese es otro elemento, porque todo lo que hemos aprendido en el sector energético y en el sector de hidrocarburos es que si no hay un marco legal explícito, no se invierte en esa industria. Entonces, por eso es que hemos trabajado como primer elemento esa ley. Al día de hoy, nosotros como H2 Perú, también con una consultoría internacional, estamos terminando de trabajar el reglamento de esa ley, ¿ya? Y el próximo mes vamos a proponer también al Poder Ejecutivo el reglamento que entra en los detalles específicos para el desarrollo de las inversiones de hidrógeno de bajas emisiones en el país. Y finalmente, H2 Perú también es el encargado de establecer todas las normas técnicas de calidad y seguridad de esta industria, que lo vamos a hacer obviamente basado también en todas las normas técnicas de calidad y seguridad que ya tenemos en la industria de hidrocarburos, ¿no? Perdón. Miren, me parece que no está la lámina, pero se les comento en un minuto, nada más. Entonces, en Perú hoy día hay 3 proyectos, ¿ya? que están, digamos, sobre la mesa. Hay 2 proyectos que están en la zona de Arequipa, que es la zona de mejor viento en el Perú. Son proyectos que están terminando ya su trámite de estudio ambiental, de aprobación de estudio ambiental. Suman entre los dos cerca de 7.000 megavatios para producción y exportación de amoníaco. Pero el proyecto más avanzado lo tienen justamente empresas del sector de hidrocarburos que son Marubeni y Perú LNG o Han Oil, ¿no? que están desarrollando un proyecto de exportación de metano sintético y donde el off-taker es Osaka Gas. Entonces, y eso va a utilizar parte de la infraestructura que hoy existe de gas natural para licuar el gas natural y posteriormente licuar el metano sintético. Es un proyecto que va a tener más o menos 400 o 500 megavatios de energía renovable, CO2 capture, ¿no? para hacer el metano sintético, y el off-taker es Osaka Gas. Entonces, como ustedes saben, el gobierno japonés tiene por regulación que incorporar 1% en su red de gas natural 2030, y creo que la única oportunidad de poder lograr eso es con infraestructura existente que justamente tiene el Perú, y por eso que ese proyecto se está lanzando. Es un proyecto que está en la etapa de pre-FEED y seguramente lo van a comentar más adelante. Eso es, muchas gracias.
Now, lastly, we have Gustavo Dominguez. Gustavo is a chemical engineer with a PhD from the Polytechnical University of Valencia. He's currently the technical manager at Latitude, the foundation for RD&D of the Technological Laboratory of Uruguay.
Thank you, the organizer, for inviting me for these presentations. I will present the case of Uruguay regarding the green hydrogen roadmap. Uruguay started the energy transition with the electrical net first. That was a process that we started in the end of the 2000s, probably 2007, around 2007, 2012 was this transition from to get to the 90% of renewable energy in the electrical energy. Nowadays we have over 90. This is a case where we were around the distribution of the different sources. We have wind power. This blue is hydropower. And also we have some biomass, and on the left side you see our electrical network. In the red lines the 550 kilovolts, and in the blue ones the 150 kilovolts net. That was the situation of Uruguay before we started this electrical transformation. The power generation before was just some hydropower and some big thermal generation. We see on the other side the situation now. Now we have power distribution generation around the country, and that also we have some exportations to Argentina, sometimes to Brazil, depending on the production that is available. And also you see there the distribution of the aeolic, solar, biomass, hydraulic, and thermal energy. We have more or less over 90% of renewable all the time in electrical power generation. That is a starting point to think about that we can produce more renewable energy. And we also have some challenge when we look at the full matrix of energy of Uruguay. If, in fact, we have still 37% of non-renewable, and mainly coming from transport and industrial uses. From transport, we have already working in biofuels, in also electrifying the mobility in the small cars and small trucks. But still we have a big portion that cannot be changed for electrical transport, and that is one of the main issues we want to address with hydrogen. Uruguay has political stability, institutional and legal, that make a quite good option for investment. And we have complementarity. We can work in solar, we can work in biomass, and also in aeolic. We have availability of CO2, and we have logistics to take out some export of derivative of hydrogen. In this slide, we see the potential of the production of onshore and offshore wind. We have more or less 30 gigawatts of onshore capacity of wind power, and something like 275 gigawatts of potential production if offshore. We have a good potential for solar photovoltaic, like 60 gigawatts in tier 1, and we have also the possibility to the availability of CO2 biogenic, coming mainly for these cellulose past industries, that is the big dots in the map. And also, it's quite located in a region of the country that make the possibility to concentrate more or less many of the operations there. The priority sectors defined by the government are these renewable fuel from non-biological origin for like methanol or e-fuels for the case of the aviation or the heavy-duty industry for transportations. And in the last part is fertilizer that we also see as an opportunity to produce. Regarding the EU targets, from the EU, from these non-biological renewable fuels, the targets are in the industry, transport, aviation, and maritime. These are the targets from the European Union, and we look at this target as a main point for developing our roadmap in the way that we see Europe as one of the potential exportations countries. From this slide, I want to show that we are already complying with the renewability of the energy and also from the savings of the CO2 and the origin of the CO2. And we have work from a consultancy company looking for which is the gap we have for getting the certification, these small gaps, and we are working on these gaps to fulfill the certification scheme for Europe exportation. Regarding our roadmap, the roadmap was quite ambitious for a country of the size of Uruguay. We expect to have the first pilots by 2025. We expect to have also the regulations and the dialogue with the society to advance in this area. Also, we plan in the 2030 to have at least 1 gigawatt electrolyzer and around 2 to 4 gigawatts of renewable energy settled on the country. And by 2030 and forward, to expect to reach the 9 gigawatts of electrolyzer and add at least 18 gigawatts of renewable energy to scale up different processes. We have the government has designed an inter-institutional group to work in this topic, in which you can see many of the ministries of the country, as well as different institutions to either the fuel company from Uruguay, the electrical company of the country, the Agency for Innovation, the Port Authority, the Cooperation Agency, the Committee for Science and Technology, LATU, that is a technological laboratory of the country which I belong to, Uruguay 21, which is the promotion agency, URCIA, that is the agency for regulations of the energy and water sector, and the Institute of Logistics and the Development Agency. So in this roadmap also we are looking for this capacity building, the regulations, the investment, the infrastructures, and also starting to discuss this with the society. We have 4 projects announced. This Kairos project last week got the final decision of investment. So this is a private project with some transport and logistic. We have also this pilot project 824U that is reaching the decision point as well. And Tambor project is a little bigger, this 150 megawatts. It's already on the environmental assessment. And this HIF project, which is the largest one announced, it's going through also the environmental studies and so on. So, thank you again. And there you have the links for this roadmap in hidrogenoverde.gov.ui, and also the certification and the ministry websites.
Okay, now we have a time for lunch. Meals. Amalia, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
No? Hi, Amalia, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Thank you, Amalia. The floor is yours.
Okay. So just let me. So maybe I just want to confirm, can you see my presentation?
Yes, yes, we can see it.
Okay, perfect. So thanks for inviting me today. I'm Amalia Pizarro from the International Energy Agency, currently in Paris, and I'm very happy to present to you some of the insights from the latest Global Hydrogen Review that was published a month ago. And actually, this year, focus of the Global Hydrogen Review is in Latin America. So the fact that you are in Buenos Aires today make it very relevant, and we are very glad to be able to share with you some of the insights from Latin America. What I will do is I will present at the beginning kind of the main findings of the report, and towards the end of the presentation, I will include some insights into Latin America. And of course, the time is limited, so we might not be able to cover all of it, but we are very happy to hear your questions, your thoughts, or to address further comments afterwards. And maybe just to start by keeping 1 second, I will just hide one thing. Okay, maybe just to start by where are we today. So actually in 2023, we estimate a consumption of hydrogen, or a production of hydrogen, of around 97 million tons. This is a 2.5% increase compared to the previous year, and actually we estimate that by 2024 we might end up with the world consuming and producing around 100 million tons of hydrogen. But as you all know, this consumption today is not, the slides are not working so well. This consumption today is mostly produced from fossil-based origin, and less than 1% can be considered low-emission hydrogen. So hydrogen today is still part of the problem rather than part of the solution. Nevertheless, in IEA's net zero emissions scenario, well, you know, this scenario considers what will be needed in terms of in the energy sector in order to achieve net zero emissions by 2050, while limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius by 2100. In this scenario, already hydrogen demand increased 50% by the end of this decade, but we move from the traditional use of hydrogen today in the industry for ammonia, methanol, and steel and in refining to new uses, especially, for example, for synthetic fuels, for aviation and shipping. And already in the net zero emissions scenario, by the end of this decade, more than half of this hydrogen production should come from low emission source. This is electrolyzers or fossil fuels with high capture rates of CO2, compared to the situation that we have today, where we're like less than 1% if low emissions hydrogen. So this is where we are today, and the role of the Global Hydrogen Review is partly to keep track, or are we on track? Are we progressing towards a net zero emissions scenario? How far are we? What is needed? And that's a bit the goal of the Global Hydrogen Review. We are optimistic, starting by the amount of low emissions hydrogen projects that have taken a final investment decision. In the previous Global Hydrogen Review that was published last year, we have that around 1.7 million tons of low emissions hydrogen could be produced by 2030, considering all projects that have taken a final investment decision. But already in this Global Hydrogen Review, I'm having some problems with the slides, we see that this amount is doubling, and now we could have around 3.4 million tons of low emissions hydrogen that could be produced by the end of this decade, considering the projects that have committed a final investment decision. And this number could even be larger if we consider all the projects that have been announced. These 3.4 million tons of low emissions hydrogen correspond to approximately 7% of all the low emissions hydrogen projects that have been announced. The total is around 49 million tons. A bit less than half are at under feasibility stage, and also a bit less than half are still at very early stage projects, which means that very often these projects are just a concept. They have just been announced, but it's still quite unclear if the project will be feasible, and therefore it's still very uncertain if the project will end up being materialized. If we consider the projects, the low emissions hydrogen projects that are operational today and those that have achieved a final investment decision, we could end up this decade with a production of 4.1 low emissions hydrogen, and this is 6 times larger than the low emissions hydrogen production we had in 2023. So it is a significant jump in just this decade. Nevertheless, although the pipeline of announced low emissions hydrogen projects is very large, a lot of them are still at earlier planning stage, and there is a big uncertainty of how many of them will materialize. And when looking into the technologies, we see that approximately 3/4 of all the projects that have been announced will be electrolysis projects. Nevertheless, when we look into the projects that have taken a final investment decision, the picture is a bit different, because we see a much more larger sort of projects that will consider a production from fossil fuels with high capture rates of CO2 being almost half. And this is due to the fact that usually projects that will consider hydrogen productions through fossil fuels with CCUS are larger projects, and it takes longer, it takes shorter to them to materialize. While in the case of electrolysis projects, we see a lot of announcements, but a lot of them are just concepts. They are not still, they don't have like a feasible planning stage. So that's why we see this difference between the maturity of projects, of electrolysis projects in one side and the other. And when looking a bit into what is happening regarding electrolyzer capacity and final investment decision, just in the last 2 years, we see that in 2022, we had around a final investment decision to install 6 gigawatts of electrolyzer projects. And in 2023, just this year, we see that this amount doubled. And this growth was mostly led by China. And then quite a large project in Saudi Arabia, the new green hydrogen project, which is the largest project that has taken a final investment decision up to today with more than 2 gigawatts. So we see that from 2022 to 2023, there was an increase of around 7 gigawatts of electrolyzer capacity that has taken a final investment decision. In 2024, we see that this growth is very similar, but it's actually slightly lower. We see that this growth is again dominated by China, but now this year also Europe plays a very important role, and then we see here the rest of the world, because actually the second largest project that has taken a final investment decision is a project in India with a capacity of 1.3 gigawatts. So all the electrolyzer capacity that is in final investment decision is equivalent to 20 gigawatts. But if we consider all the projects that have been announced, that will be equivalent to 500 gigawatts. So the difference is two projects that will consider low emissions hydrogen production with fossil fuels and CCS. We see that in 2022, the amount of projects with a final investment decision was minimal. We only had 0.1 million tons of low emission hydrogen production from one single project in the US. But we have already seen a significant increase of projects that have taken a final investment decision that is equivalent today to almost 1.5 million tons of low emission hydrogen that could be produced by the end of this decade. And here, North America is, especially the United States, is leading, and they are responsible for around 75% of the low emission hydrogen production projects with fossil fuels. So we see a lot of remarked difference with regarding the project that have achieved final investment decision. But when we look into all the projects that have been announced for producing low emission hydrogen,
we see that actually, if we consider projects that are still at the early stage, Europe will be leading in terms of electrolysis, electrolytic hydrogen production. But then we also have a lot of regions that follow very closely in terms of announced projects. We have Africa, we also have Latin America, that we will discuss it a bit more today. We have Australia, we have New Zealand. And so there are a lot of regions that have announced their intention to produce low-emission hydrogen through electrolysis. When we look more specifically into low-emission hydrogen productions through CCS, the geographical diversity is way smaller. There is less disparity and is very much concentrated in North America and a bit in Europe, a bit in Canada, but the geographical dispersion is smaller. And also, just to share with you that this year, I don't know if you can see that I have, now you can see that I have updated the slide. This year, we update the cost of renewable hydrogen production because we are aware that the cost that we were forecasting or estimating in the previous Global Hydrogen Review were likely to be too small. And the reality is that the production of low emissions hydrogen is being more expensive than we initially thought. So we revised this cost and we end up with a cost that were 20% larger than what we published in the previous year chart. Nevertheless, we remain optimistic that if all the announced projects that have been committed, and considering also the policy place that the countries have put in place, the cost of producing electrolytic hydrogen could decrease by around 30% by the end of this decade. And if we consider that all the announced projects materialize, which could be in line with the net zero emissions scenario, this will lead to an even larger decrease of cost. And in quite a lot of regions, we could end up with cost of electrolytic hydrogen production that could be cheaper than producing hydrogen today with fossil fuels base. And this is particularly true in some places that have a relatively high fossil fuel prices, especially natural gas price, combined with places that also have good renewable energy potential. For example, in the case of China, we see that by 2030, if there is this decrease in low emission hydrogen production cost, the cost of producing electrolytic hydrogen could be cheaper than producing hydrogen through coal. And we have estimated that by 2030, approximately the production of 5 million tons of electrolytic hydrogen could be cheaper than today's production of fossil-based hydrogen. And approximately 12 million tons of electrolytic hydrogen could be produced with a price premium of less than $1.5 per kilogram of hydrogen. This is with a relatively small price premium. So this is to highlight the importance of innovation and of this type of meetings to discuss about R&D. And I have talked a bit about what we see in terms of production. But then I guess you have all heard about the issue with demand. If we consider the demand for low emissions hydrogen only from implemented policies, we will end up having a demand of 6 million tons of hydrogen distributed across different sectors in industry, refining, transport, and power. So you see that we have 49 million tons of low emission hydrogen that could be produced from announced projects, but we only have 6 million tons of hydrogen that could be demand from implemented policies. If we also consider other more like broader charges, this demand could grow up to 11 million tons, but it's still way smaller than the amount of announced projects. So there seems to be a mismatch. And also we need to highlight that we have to revise these numbers compared to the previous year, and we had to decrease by 3 million tons the amount of low emission hydrogen that will be demand considering the announced targets, because there has been a certain downward revision of some policies that will demand low emission hydrogen, particularly in industry, refining, and transport. So now we have 11 million tons, while in the previous global hydrogen review, we had 14 million tons. And to emphasize a bit the mismatch between production and demand, just 1 second, that the animation is a bit slow. So we have 11 million tons of low emission hydrogen that could be consumed by 2030, considering the implemented policies and the announced targets. Nevertheless, we only have 4 million tons of low emission hydrogen that will be produced based on committed projects. So, like, there is still the need to provide a certain certainty in the demand signal so that more low emission hydrogen projects achieve a final investment decision. Nevertheless, when we look into the production goals, we see that, no, let me see. Production goals, 1 second. Okay, it's not true. Yes, let me go back 1 second. I will see if I can, no, it's not working. Okay. Oh, fine. I will explain it without the slides because that's not working. When we see into the production goals, approximately 43 million tons of low emission hydrogen will be demanded according to the policies that the governments have in place, while we have announcements for 49 million tons of low emission hydrogen. So this seems to be aligned. Nevertheless, we have a big mismatch into the countries aim to produce 43 million tons of low emissions hydrogen by 2030. Nevertheless, they only aim to consume 11 million tons of low emission hydrogen by 2030. So there is a huge mismatch, and there is a need to have the right policies that try to address these issues. But we have one reason to be optimistic regarding demand, is that the reason is like offtake agreements are growing slowly, but they are growing. Let me see. If we consider the offtake agreements that have been signed in the last 2 years, in 2020 there were barely no offtake agreements of low emission hydrogen. We could have a cumulative demand of 5 million tons of low emission hydrogen by 2030, which is quite positive, and especially because this year the growth was even larger than in the previous year. Nevertheless, we need to say that only 30% of these offtake agreements are firm offtake agreements. The others are preliminary. Some of the sectors that are specifically being relevant is the shipping sector, where a lot of offtake agreements are firm offtake agreements. However, they are not so many, like the amount of low emission hydrogen that will be consumed by shipping sector will be small. And then actually the sectors that have commits more low emission hydrogen demand through offtake agreements is in the chemicals, mainly ammonia, methanol, and then refining. And a large part of offtake agreements are linked to export projects without a clear usage. And before I jump into more specific insights for Latin America, and because this was an innovation event, I wanted to share some insights into patenting. We know that patenting is not a perfect image on how innovation, on what's the status of innovation, but it could provide us some insights about what is happening and especially what could happen in the near future. In general, we still see that the tier level of production technologies is more advanced than the tier level of end uses, particularly the tier level of some key end uses that have limited decarbonization alternatives, whose electrification is very challenging, is particularly low, and some of them, they are not even at the demonstration phase, so that's a bit concerning. Nevertheless, what we could witness is that in 2022, there was a jump of more than 47% in patenting in hydrogen-related technologies compared to the previous year. And we actually discussed with the European Patent Office if this surge in patenting could be because of COVID and because it took longer to fill out the procedure for these patents. And they actually told us that no, that that the different patent office worldwide could see a very remarkable increase in patenting in hydrogen-related technologies. We see that patenting has increased in all regions, but particularly the European Union has led this increase, but also some regions that have been lagging behind, such as, for example, the United States, it's still keeping the pace with has increased considerably patenting. And when we look into the different steps in the value chains where we are patenting, we see similar trends for hydrogen production technologies and hydrogen end use. For hydrogen production technologies, this patenting is especially linked to electrolyzers. For end use, nevertheless, we need to say that a big amount of this growth in patenting is led by the automotive sector, where there are other decarbonization alternatives. We have also seen an increase in patenting in some ammonia conversion-related technologies, but we still see a very modest increase in patenting in other key end use of hydrogen. So that was something to highlight, so that despite the good news that patenting is increasing, we are a bit unsure if it is increasing where it's needed the most. But nevertheless, it's relevant, and we could expect or we hope that this will lead to innovation in the next years. And now I would like to share with you some insights about the Latin American focus we had in this year Global Hydrogen Review. Just to share with you that, as you might know, Latin America today, for example, produces around 6% of the world electricity, has around 8% of the world's population, around 7% of the world's GDP. However, it produces and consumes around 4% of hydrogen. So if we compare, for example, with electricity production, the role of hydrogen in the energy sector is relatively smaller than the role of electricity. And this can be in part because Latin America is a net importer of natural gas. And also a big part of Latin American hydrogen production today is linked to Trinidad and Tobago that exports substantial amounts of ammonia and methanol. So in the rest of the region, hydrogen consumption is relatively small today, 4% of the world, but this might change, as we will see during the following slides. If we consider all the announced projects in the region, Latin America could produce more than 7 million tons of electrolytic hydrogen by 2030. This means that around 20% of all electrolytic hydrogen projects that have been announced worldwide have been announced in Latin America. We have more than half of these projects have been announced in Chile, in the regions of Antofagasta and Magallanes, and you can see here in the red circles when the projects that have been announced and the relative size according to the surface of the circle. And then the second country that is leading in terms of low-emission hydrogen announcements is Brazil. A lot of projects have been announced around Ceará and Piauí regions. Then we have other projects that have been announced, especially in Colombia, in Panama, and then in other countries such as Mexico or Argentina. So based on announced projects, Latin America could produce 20% of low-emission hydrogen by 2030 compared to today's 4% hydrogen production. If we look into the size of these projects, actually more than 85% of the announced capacity will be linked to projects that are at the gigawatt scale. This is very large projects. Very few of these projects will be smaller projects. However, today, and the only operational projects in the region are relatively small. The largest operating project in the region is around 25 megawatts, an electrolyzer in Peru. So this is a very a lot of projects wants to be very large, and this is creating likely a lot of uncertainty, and this is likely causing that it is moving relatively slow the low emission hydrogen market in the region compared to in other countries. For example, in Latin America, only 0.2% of these projects have taken a final investment decision, while at a global level, we have 7% of the projects that have taken a final investment decision. There could be a lot of reasons, but the fact that a lot of the announced projects are targeting the gigawatt scale, a lot of them are targeting exports while the market does not exist yet, could partly explain some of the challenge and why the region is moving slowly than other regions in the world. And also to consider another challenge, considering the announced projects, you can see here that we have some small projects that are actually linked to existing hydropower capacity, because hydropower can balance. But of course, the hydropower generation capacity in the region has not increased in the last 15 years, and there is no possibility to increase it because the potential is basically in the Amazonia, and it's linked to a lot of environmental concerns. So announced low emission hydrogen projects are linked to those areas that have a very good solar PV or wind potential, and this comes with a lot of challenge, because if all the announced projects materialize, they will consume an amount of electricity that will be equivalent to 20% of today's electricity generation. And this is planned to happen in the next decade, so there is a very short time. And even so, when looking specifically into solar PV and wind, all the announced low emission hydrogen projects will consume more than twice today's installed capacity of solar PV and wind in the region. And this is particularly acute for some of the projects that has been announced in Chile. Well, all the announced low emission hydrogen projects will consume more than double what today Chile is producing of electricity. So materializing these projects comes with a lot of challenge. It requires a very high increase of the solar PV and wind installation capacity, and it also requires a large increase of power transmission lines. And these are complex projects, sometimes crossing across multiple jurisdictions. They take time and have significant lead times. And I think we might not have so much time left, so I want to just very quickly go through some of the extra insights. And one thing to highlight for Latin America is that we see very often that the strategies are focusing on exports. Very large projects, and they are forgetting the internal demand that the region already has. We have seen that the demand of low emission hydrogen in Latin America is relatively small. Nevertheless, the region is actually importing around 80% of their ammonia and nitrogen fertilizers demand. This has a huge impact in the trade deficit. The trade deficit is equivalent to almost 0.4% of the region's GDP of some of the largest economies in Latin America. So it has a significant impact on the trade balance. And more importantly, while the price of ammonia will vary according to some external factors, some external shocks. And we could see how the ammonia price changed in the last years. And this huge increase in the ammonia price was due to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. So if we consider that the ammonia price might increase a lot, that the region has a huge import dependency and might not be able to do anything to accommodate this huge price increase, but just to accept it. Electrolytic ammonia production could even be cheaper than buying fossil-based ammonia in the market when the price rises a lot. So there is a huge opportunity for the region to decrease the trade deficit and to improve not only their energy security, but also their food security, their fertilizer security. So there are other aspects that should be taken into account when designing strategies. Also, when looking into exports, Today, there is no market for global exports. However, for example, Brazil is the second largest exporter of iron ore. So it is very important to consider that instead of exporting low emission hydrogen, ammonia, the region could export hot briquetted iron that is a solid product with a higher added value that could create a lot of export opportunities. So these are some of the opportunities that the region has. There is also announcements about hydrogen trade. It's around 30% of the low emission hydrogen projects that have been announced are targeting for trade. Latin America is the second region in the world, well, the third region in the world that has announced more projects targeting trade. There is still a lot of uncertainty. Most of these projects are planning to export hydrogen as ammonia, but very few of them have an offtake agreement and very few of them have a final investment decision. So there is a lot of uncertainty, and that's one of the reasons why we think that it's very important that the region considers their existing domestic demand on how to export higher added value products. And this will be equivalent, and this will be applicable for any other emerging countries. And without going into this, I will enumerate some of the challenges Latin America emerging economies has, and the world in general, is the fact that electrolytic hydrogen production today is more expensive than fossil-based hydrogen. Nevertheless, when we look into what's the impact into a final product, the impact is relatively small, and there could be products where it's much more likely that this price premium can be absorbed. For example, steel for an electric vehicle, the impact of using steel from low-emission hydrogen is 1%. The impact of blending relatively small shares of synthetic fuel in aviation fuel will be 2%. Therefore, we are talking about price premiums of some sectors where it could be there could be easier for them to accept these price premiums, while for other sectors the impact will be much larger and it will not be possible to absorb these price premiums. And without going into detail, some of the challenge for the region is the high cost of capital. This is not only for Latin America, this is for a lot of emerging economies. For example, a solar PV project in Latin America has a weighted average cost of capital double than in Germany. This means that the region might have a very good potential, might be able to produce low-emission hydrogen cheaply, but if it does not have access to cheap finance, it will not be cheaper than in regions that have a worse potential. So it's very important to be able to de-risk projects and to ensure that projects has access to cheap finance. It's very important that projects consider the issue of water scarcity. Around half of the announced projects worldwide and around half of the announced projects in Latin America will be in regions that face water scarcity. So they also need desalination infrastructure. And also a lot of these projects will require the development of port infrastructure, particularly deep water infrastructure. So it's not only about making the low emission hydrogen projects happen, but it's also about making happen the necessary grid infrastructure, power plants, desalination, port infrastructure, railway infrastructure, for example, in the case of hot briquetted iron trade. So it requires an holistic planning and perspective. So just to highlight some of the opportunities and challenges for low emission hydrogen production in Latin America, but also in emerging economies. A lot of regions have very good renewable resources. Nevertheless, they have a very high cost of capital, which might undermine any benefit from good renewable resource. They have a lot of projects that are being planned, but you need infrastructure deployment, power transmission, gas grids, desalination, port infrastructure to happen at the same time. They don't have targets for demand, but they have large trade deficits, specifically related to fertilizers, even for steel. There are a lot of opportunities to improve the trade balance by producing low-emission hydrogen. Some of these regions are intended to export low emission hydrogen. Nevertheless, there is no a global market yet. So that's why one of the reasons why the domestic market might be a good starting point. And with this, I will end up my presentation, and I'm very happy to address any comment you might have. And yeah.
Right, thank you so much. I'm Changlong Wang from Monash University in Australia. I had the pleasure of review this important report as an IEA TCP task member. I found the report really, really important and can be leveraged by the international government to revise their national hydrogen strategy. Like the Australian government recently revised the national hydrogen strategy a month ago. Now is really highlighting the end use of hydrogen to ammonia or green iron, because this can save shipping costs. Also, you mentioned this is real opportunity for Latin America in this special chapter in that report. I'm wondering, do you see this international strategy movement to incorporate those suggestions into their national plans? Do you see the progress for the end use and offtake of those important industry sectors?
So, can you hear me? So it's still very early to see maybe a progress from the recommendations. We see that some countries that we know that, for example, in Colombia, they are looking into it. We see in the case of Brazil, for example, they have published a national fertilizer program where they have goals to produce nitrogen fertilizers themselves, including from low emission hydrogen. For example, we have also seen, I think since in the last month, that Vale, that is one of the biggest mining companies from Brazil, one of the largest exporters of iron ore worldwide, has signed more agreements and is considering how to produce hot briquetted iron in Brazil. So we are witnessing that it seems is starting to change, but it's still very early, and it's maybe our role to keep on emphasizing, especially in the next year. It's still going slow, but it's going.
Thank you very much, Amalia. We will proceed now to welcome
Excuse me, can you hear me? I cannot hear you. I think I lost my sound from the audience. Anyway, to save the time, I'm going to start my presentation. Please let me know through the chat if you can hear me clearly and see my slides. Today, I'm going to present some information, basic information about natural hydrogen that could be another path to generation of hydrogen. I want to acknowledge the participation of my colleagues. The participation of my colleagues, Dr. Erich Gosche, and Oliver Sisman that are co-lead for Task 49, which is on natural hydrogen under Hydrogen TCP. Dr. Gosher right now is in Brazil, and he was not able to present this presentation for you. Okay, we start with some basic information. Sorry if the information is very high level. As you know, hydrogen is a low carbon resource for decarbonization. Hydrogen is the smallest and lightest molecule. Discovered back in 18th century and introduced by Antoine Lavoisier in 1783. The name of hydrogen came from Greek names of hydro and gene, that meaning water forming. And technically, it means when you burn hydrogen, the product would be water, and that's why we call it carbon-free. Hydrogen doesn't have high concentration in the Earth atmosphere, as you see, in comparison to the universe, that almost 75% of the universe actually composed of hydrogen. In the Earth atmosphere and Earth crust has very low concentration, and most of the hydrogen technically locked within the water or minerals that form the Earth crust. However, finding the hydrogen as a gas is challenging, and this is what technically right now a lot of scientists and industry are interested and looking for free the gas hydrogen phase to be exploited as a source of energy and the contribution to the decarbonization of hard-to-abate industry. And hydrogen, as you know, this is the specific session on hydrogen, and its derivative are one of the components of the transition to net zero target by 2050. This is an estimate by IEA, a cumulative emission reduction by mitigation measure to the net scenario. And as you see in this pie, hydrogen have the piece of the pie. This is not the only solution, but it is the technically tool in the toolbox to reach to the 2050 net zero emission. Currently, hydrogen is mainly produced using fossil fuels such as coal and natural gas, with or without CCUS, and also the green hydrogen that talked a lot about today, which is technically using water electrolyzer to produce hydrogen. And thank you to Amelia that set the stage and provided the latest the statistic on hydrogen in her presentation. A brief actually look at the ways that we produce hydrogen. High carbon footprint, lower carbon footprint without CCUS and with CCUS, and eventually technically zero carbon or less carbon with electrolyzing hydrogen. Using hydrogen is not a new thing. We use hydrogen in our daily life, and this is the US hydrogen market today. It's a sizable, actually in terms of economy, it's a sizable, it has a sizable economy, but most of the use of hydrogen so far is, until today, is used for refining in the petrochemical process for refining fuel and producing fertilizer and other industries. But we can actually use hydrogen for hard-to-abate industry decarbonization like steel, transport, and electricity production. These are the way exactly you are familiar with that, the ways that hydrogen can contribute in the decarbonization industry, especially the hard-to-abate industries like steel, paper, and aluminum industries. This graph, as Amelia mentioned, the latest graph technically, it shows the pledged hydrogen production by 2050. And as you see here, by 2025, still the majority of sectors that overviewed here are not going actually to use hydrogen, but from 2030, it's pick up and play a major role in different type of industries, and they pledge the amount of hydrogen that's going to produce is about 250 million ton. But if you want to actually reach the net zero goal by 2050, we need a higher amount of hydrogen technically, which is almost 2 times of current production or pledged production of hydrogen by 2050. Therefore, other sources of hydrogen technically, with all the economics that explained in the previous slide, help to technically produce more hydrogen. What about natural hydrogen? Probably you heard about natural hydrogen is an accidental discovery in a West African country, in Mali, in a village that technically people for the search for water drilled several wells, and they technically see a dry well that high pressure gas come out out of that well, and it's highly explosive. It's happened in 1987, and because of the safety, the well technically abandoned. And several years later, technically several decades later, hydrocarbon companies actually come in and analyze the gas from these well that produced from this well, and realize that this gas is almost technically composed of hydrogen, 98% purity of hydrogen. This is the first hydrogen producing well in the world so far, and we know about the reservoir, but we don't know other, although a lot of exploration activities are going in the world, in different parts of the world, that I'm going to show the location of those exploration in the future slide. But this well technically producing about 1,500 cubic meter per day, equal to the almost 3 barrel of oil per day, and annually approximately 50 ton per year. But it's enough to technically produce the source of energy for electricity in that small village in Western Africa. If you want to know how it works technically, those wells, as I mentioned, those were shallow wells that technically drilled for drinking water, and the average range between 300 meter to 500 meter. And as you see, those will penetrate in the Precambrian basement or crystalline rock that is the source of hydrogen. And it's technically migrated through the Sanderson unit, and technically trapped between the carbonate, karstic carbonate with karstic porosity, and have a sheet, some kind of cap rock, like petroleum system. Technically, you have the source rock, you have a migration path, and you have a reservoir. Cap rock, in this case, it's a dolomite, the seal that contain the hydrogen underground. But hydrogen as a free gas is not something new. If you look at this, the excellent review paper published in 2020, as you see, all of those green dots on the map, on the Earth map, shows the free gas hydrogen, the occurrences that hydrogen reported more than 10%. And we know that natural seeps have been found globally, some of them added to the data to hundreds and thousands of years. And scientists already has studied ancient hydrogen-rich water in Canadian, Finnish-Canadian, and African shield and other Precambrian crystalline rocks since 1980s. These are two examples from two technically the mines in Precambrian shield in Canada. Timmins in Ontario, both of them in Ontario, the province for mining activity in Canada, and also in South Africa. But at that time, back in 1980s, most of the technically focus on those studies was on the energy source for microbes underground in those areas, and didn't look at the potential for hydrogen as a source of energy or decarbonization. But right now, with those new discoveries in Mali, a lot of activities come back to those the literature to find out where was those studies first. If I want to actually explain how hydrogen formed, it naturally in the Earth, and it's happening from the formation of Earth back in 4 billion years ago. As you know, crystalline like have different amount of uranium, thorium, and potassium. Those elements are radioactive element, low concentration of radioactive element, and through the radioactive decay of those elements, technically several particles produced, including alpha, beta, and gamma. Gamma is mainly energy, that energy actually come out from the radioactive decay, break down the water molecule to hydrogen and oxygen, as you see here in this schematic. And another technically the byproduct of this process, technically the alpha particle, is helium. Therefore, within this process, you produce two major elements that is needed for the path toward the net zero future. Both of them are important, and most importantly, helium is an inert gas, while hydrogen is very reactive gas and can be consumed by microbe. But hydrogen is inert gas, and you can use also hydrogen not only as the additional source, but also as a proxy for hydrogen exploration. Both of those elements are important. Another source of hydrogen is technically hydration or iron oxidation. These minerals, green minerals that you see here, are olivine minerals rich in iron. And technically in contact with the water, the iron 2 oxidized to iron 3, and one of the products would be the natural hydrogen. And finally, the third way of hydrogen production or hydrogen occurrence on the earth is primordial hydrogen, that hydrogen leaking from deep sources within the mantle of the rock. This was the hydrogen that captured and trapped within mantle since the formation of earth. And another one is decay of organic matter, that recently the study published with the French scientists and Colombian scientists that showed there are some potential for hydrogen production from Colombian coals, an example from South America. If I want to put in perspective this model, this is a conceptual model of hydrogen system. I already have talked about the sources of hydrogen, radiolysis, serpentinization or hydration, and the leaking from the deep sources. And as you see here, water is the main actually component of this one. You need to have the water. Through the water-rock interaction, hydrogen form. And there are the several methods that you can actually see. These hydrogen-produced hydrogen can somehow migrate and trap in the reservoir. And you technically exploit hydrogen with the conventional method that you do the hydrocarbon. This example is the Mali example, that technically they read in the reservoir and extracted the hydrogen. And another one, if you have fractured the iron-rich or radioactive crystalline rock, that hydrogen currently actually forming that one, you can directly drill into the intrusive body or the igneous body, and technically produce hydrogen. Therefore, generation and migration happening in the same place. And the third option that right now US, the Department of Energy, ARPA, is working on that one is a stimulation. As you know, orthorhomorphic rock like ophiolite, one of the major sources, not major, they are studying to be used as a carbon capture and storage of the site, how it works. Technically, when you inject hydrogen and CO2 to those ultramorphic rocks through the water-rock interaction, CO2 captured as calcite and formed and remain over there. And through this process, hydrogen produced, as you see in previous slide, produced hydrogen can be extracted. These two methods are conceptual methods. There is no example so far. But as I mentioned, the US right now invested on a simulation to find out how much the hydrogen can be produced and what would be the economic of that type of hydrogen. Again, another way to repeat another conceptual model, if you want to actually show the natural hydrogen system, this is a paper published in 2024 and shows the importance of greenstone belts. Greenstone belts, again, they are old rocks, crystalline rocks that actually find in the most of the continents in the world. And as you see, the system is technically simple. You need water again. Water interact with your the technically basement rock or ultramorphic rock that you have both high iron content and the radioactive content. And through this process, hydrogen produce, hydrogen migrate and trap over there. But right now, this is a big question because the only proven resource is in Mali. Big question is that how this migration happened and how the trapment happened, because the hydrogen gas is totally different from hydrocarbon in terms of the physical chemical reactions and properties. Therefore, the big question right now that a lot of the scientists and industry working on that want to find out how hydrogen migrate and how can be trapped in the high, technically the high volume. As you see here, if I want to show you the extent of those rock in the world globally, we are looking as a source rock for those dark green and red rocks that it's distributed almost in every continent. And one of the continents that is very advanced in this exploration is Australia, because they started since 2019, and they identified the anomalies based on mapping, and they went actually to drill on those areas that there was some historical data back in 1930, and they technically reached out the same amount of the same purity of hydrogen, but they didn't yet release their data to we find out what's the volume of reservoir, what's the production rate, and so on. Therefore, a lot of activities actually going on. The first, the estimate, rough estimate, technically back on envelope estimate that have done, it was by a Canadian scientist, Professor Barbara Sherwood-Lollar, that technically estimated the amount of hydrogen production from Precambrian continental lithosphere in global. This is the amount that they estimated based on very simple calculation. But what I want to actually bring your attention here, the green and blue spots over there. Technically, blue spots are exposed Precambrian shield, or those source rock, namely those hydrogen source rock, and the green one is the covered the Precambrian shield. What does it mean? It's covered by sedimentary layers that can be act as a source and cap rock for hydrogen. Therefore, there are a lot of the theoretical potential everywhere in the world, specifically in the South America, and it needs to be discovered. Right now, there are some activities, there are real exploration and initial studies happening in Brazil. As I mentioned, in Colombia, also looked at Colombian coals as a source of hydrogen, and technically research and exploration going on globally. If I want to put in perspective where it's going to happening, those activities, this is the latest report and the latest actually the active research and exploration in the world. As you see, the Australia was one of the countries that started these studies. France and Australia was the pioneers of working on that, working on natural hydrogen. And as you see right now, most of the countries across the board either doing research or, for example, started exploration. And still there are unanswered question that you need to answer. The region that you are locating, for example, in Mali case, the TRL is much higher, and currently we are at we are at TRL 5 to 7 based on where you're located, and this the technically column shows you where these activities are going on, and you see Australia name is the repeated a lot of time, USA, France, Mali, and the other places in the world. In terms of the TR, and we are at stage 5 to 7. International Energy, the agency has technically the active role in that one. And as I mentioned, Dr. Eric Gosche initiated the natural hydrogen tasking definition that in 2023, the approved as a task, the IEA task, and in the Global Hydrogen Review 2020-30, the emerging natural hydrogen listed as emerging production route that can technically play a role in decarbonization. And if you need some information about the work plan and the subject of this the task, you can actually go to IEA website and download the work plan of this project. In a brief, technically structure of the task. In this task, at the end by 2026, we provide a bibliographic synthesis and a state-of-the-art the publication on latest development on the natural hydrogen development, or scientists technically writing a roadmap for scientific research, observation of exploration and production economic sector, development of reserve economic evaluation, policy recommendation. We looked at the public the accumulation and risk assessment, environmental impact of natural hydrogen, which is the important factor. We don't want to actually look at those environmental impact before we actually starting to use those ones. And this is the composition of team. As I mentioned, co-leaders are Dr. Eric Gosche and Oliver Sisman. I'm the general secretary over there that participating with the other scientists in providing preparing those documents. These scientists actually come from the 16 countries that contributing to this task. In conclusion, by summary, I want to actually mention these are the estimates that we have so far. As I showed in several maps, hydrogen is abundant everywhere. But the matter is that how and where we can find the significant reservoir and extract them economically. What is estimated so far, it's between the USGS have done this first estimate that their publication is under review. The first estimate that is we have the Earth produced between 1 to 5 gigaton of hydrogen. And they assume if just 1% of this hydrogen preserved and trapped somewhere, it would be the amount of natural hydrogen would be 15 times the annual hydrogen production by the other method. In terms of cost, DOE recently actually presented their estimated cost. The cost of the natural hydrogen production, they technically have several scenarios. This study is not published yet. I have seen the result in the last week conference on the natural hydrogen in Alaska, that the range of the natural hydrogen production per kilogram US dollar range between $0.50 to $1.5. It's again competitive by the other source of hydrogen. And it has low environment. It has lower environmental impact because, for example, the other type of hydrogen, if you actually factor in all the productions and the capital cost, every kilogram of hydrogen technically almost approximately produce 10 kilogram of hydrogen. But the main goal, specifically in a simulation process, is to reduce the carbon footprint to less than 1.5 kilo of CO2, and we are monitoring the market and the exploration to find out more data about natural hydrogen and the viability of natural hydrogen in the future of the path toward net zero. With that, I finish my presentation and will be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you very much, Amit. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great, perfect. Do we have some questions in the room? No questions so far, so thank you very much, Amit, for your presentation.
No problem. Thank you so much for the invitation.
Thank you very much.
So I will begin a little bit at the beginning and there also tell a little bit more about the drivers for hydrogen in the Netherlands. So why are we looking into hydrogen? Why we have been developing the hydrogen policy for the last 5 years, also as one of the first countries to be developing this type of strategies. And I would like to point out mainly 3 drivers. So there is already a large existing demand of hydrogen in the industry in the Netherlands, approximately 175 petajoules for pure and mixed forms of hydrogen. Therefore, there is already an existing demand, and we expect that the demand will grow in new sectors like in transport and in the maritime and in the aviation, also because of the EU mandates to replace the fuels with hydrogen-based fuels, partially. Secondly, also a large offshore potential for wind energy, We have very large targets, around 20 gigawatts by 2030, and the ambition is to go towards 70 gigawatts by 2050 offshore. So these are very large amounts of electricity that will need to be transported to the mainland. And once we go further away offshore, more than 100 kilometers, it becomes economically more feasible to produce hydrogen offshore and have it fed into even maybe existing pipelines to be transported to the mainland. So both having electrons and molecules to be transporting this energy. And thirdly, there's a large existing gas infrastructure and also a lot of knowledge around it because of the existing infrastructure for natural gas, and as well mainly because in the northern Netherlands there was the largest gas field of Europe. Unfortunately, this had the extraction has led to induced earthquakes, and the population has had problems, safety problems regarding this. So now it's a political decision. There's a lot of gas there, but it's a political decision to stop the production because of this induced earthquakes. Therefore, some of these pipelines connected to this gas field, there will be become available, and we have done technical studies and looked at repurposing these pipelines for 100% hydrogen transport. So this will be done. Approximately the new backbone, the hydrogen backbone, will follow the same pipelines, and 80% will be reutilized and 20% will have to be new. It's already under construction. There are some delays. If we look at the initial planning and the very ambitious planning, but the idea is to construct this around 2032, 2033, have it fully operational and connecting all the main 5 industrial sites. As well, there is a very large potential for underground hydrogen storage in salt caverns in the northern Netherlands. There's a lot of salt layers, and within the TCP, we're also doing research on that topic. So these are the main drivers why we are also implementing hydrogen as a main pillar in our energy transition. And when we started this around 2019 was the first time that hydrogen was mentioned in any type of political agreement. That was the climate agreement, and there was this ambition stated of 3 to 4 gigawatts of electrolysis by 2030, but not much than that. Also also saying that we will have this national hydrogen program, and therefore we started developing a hydrogen strategy, which was launched in 2020. Here, the systemic role of hydrogen was recognized for the first time. So also, if we want to have more renewable energy, electricity being fed into the system, we need hydrogen. And if we want to decarbonize all of the end uses in industry and other sectors, we need hydrogen as well. And we had the policy agenda based on 3 main pillars. So 1, looking at the market development, what do we need to ramp up hydrogen production. 2, to have infrastructure in place to, that problem of the chicken and egg problem that we can solve by having in place the infrastructure for transport and storage. And a 3rd pillar on international collaboration, working in multilateral platforms, but as well bilateral and developing an import strategy where diversification is one of the main topics centered in this international collaboration. So since the publication of the government strategy, we have been working on the implementation. We have a national hydrogen program with public and private partners, a lot of working groups per part of the hydrogen supply chain, and there's a lot of knowledge exchange and mainly also monitoring how are the targets developing and are we in line and what type of instruments are needed to reach those targets. As well, we have had a lot of funding in place for research and development and also for demonstration projects. Around 800 million have been reserved for this Groen Vermogen NL program, and a lot of projects are being now implemented under that program. The infrastructure development plan is now being updated because of these delays that we encounter, but the idea is to develop the infrastructure and probably be delivered after 2030. And I will focus now a little bit more on the next slide, please, on the international cooperation. and how that fits into this whole picture with the TCP. This is just a summary looking at the visualization of the hydrogen chain and targets that we have put in place. If you see, there's no part of the chain that we are not supporting. So that's just to show how nascent this market is and how many interventions are needed to be able to establish this whole supply chain. So we have targets on the targets and subsidies on the supply side, on both the import part, but as well on the electrolyzer and national production. We have subsidies as well for the national transport and the underground hydrogen storage projects. And mainly on the user side, we have a lot of mandates that are coming from Europe, and we need to apply them also on national level. Next slide. Regarding international cooperation, as I mentioned, we have bilateral relationships. We have signed more than around 15 memorandums of understandings or type of strategic agendas to elaborate our work on sharing knowledge, on exchanging information, on implementing the corridor projects. And we are working on new partnerships with Brazil and Egypt. Even our king will be next week in Denmark and in Norway. He has been performing hydrogen visits, also taking a lot of private stakeholders, companies, to sign agreements with other companies and really make a push to having this international collaboration, because this is the highest type of diplomacy that we can, the tool that we can use. And it's being very effective the last year in advancing this. So the strategy is mainly creating a European market within Europe. We need to work in close collaboration with our neighbors, Germany and Belgium, especially since in these three countries with the Netherlands, the hydrogen demand is being concentrated, so it's one of the largest demand centers of the world. And also to apply all the European regulation into national regulation to structure the market and develop the infrastructure. And then in multilateral collaboration, we are working in a lot of organizations, Hydrogen TCP as well, the IPHE, the Clean Energy Ministerial. There's also regional working group on the Pentalateral Forum within Europe. And these are very useful platforms to also share each other's knowledge and to work together towards the targets and also align on several topics. We are also using the World Hydrogen Summit. It's every year in Rotterdam around May to implement our energy diplomacy activities and to advance on the bilateral and multilateral collaborations that we have. For example, this year we have had the second roundtable of the International Hydrogen Trade Forum at the summit. The IHDF, this forum was launched by the Netherlands and the UAE in the framework of the Clean Energy Ministerial, and it's a multilateral platform, a dialogue between ministers and CEOs, the public-private sector, and it's really working well to address these topics on a high level, to have the decision makers, have the information that is needed, and to advance the development of the international trade corridors. So that's also linked to our strategy on facilitating this import-export chains. We cannot produce everything in the Netherlands that we will need in the future. Therefore, we want to diversify the imports where they're coming from and in the type that they're coming from. A lot of projects are in the form of ammonia, but we also want to stimulate other type of carriers, more innovative, like liquid hydrogen, LOHCs, e-methanol, and more. Lastly, but not least, we need to learn from first pilot projects. So therefore, we have had some subsidies via the IPCEI, for example, the Important Project of Common European Interest, a scheme where we are supporting import terminals. And in the practice, we see, okay, with permits, what's happening, what do we need to learn, what we need to adapt. So this is very important to not only develop policy in theory, but to also see in practice how does it translate in the projects. And the next slide, this one was presented by the IEA just now. Of course, Latin America is a very important partner in our relationships. in our work with around hydrogen. It's a very important region because, of course, of the large potential and what it means. We are now in the middle of a new industrialization, if you would like to put it, where we see a lot of processes might be translated to other parts of the world where the energy is cheaper. So that means for Latin America, for Africa, very large opportunities for local development, for really having local value with the development of these hydrogen projects. And for us, it's important because we need the hydrogen products. So we are working together with a lot of partners, and Latin America is very attractive because of the low cost, because of the good relationships that we have, and of course because it's very good to have different routes to where we don't want to repeat the situation we are now with natural gas. So the next slide, please, and I think, yeah, 2 more slides. Diving a little bit more into, the previous slide. Yes. On our collaborations with Latin America, we have MOUs or strategic agendas. Sometimes we have more specific, like with Chile, with Uruguay and Chile. Now we are ongoing negotiations with Brazil. Probably, hopefully at COP, there was a new MOU on energy will be signed. And we can summarize the lines of work in these 3 topics. So we are promoting the public-private collaboration, articulations between stakeholders, between knowledge institutions, between companies, for having joint research projects or even projects. And how we do this is by, for example, having trade and innovation missions, going to the countries. That's Chile, there have been around 3 missions. Also having delegations of companies and knowledge institutions going to the Netherlands, for example, for the World Hydrogen Summit. We're also financing part of these participations, and in a couple of weeks, around 3 weeks, Juan Manuel from the embassy here is working on that, and the team here in Latin America, to have a delegation of influential stakeholders to go to the Netherlands, see with their own eyes the developments there, have the conversation with the stakeholders to learn about the policy, the projects being there, and also take all that here back to Latin America and hopefully having these joint projects. So that's the one way we do this. Second one is by organizing workshops, exchanging information, webinars, and on project development, but as well also on G2G level, on the policy framework, how things are being implemented and what are the similarities, differences, and what we can learn from each other. And also performing joint studies and analysis. So we have done with Australia, with Chile and Uruguay, a study on certification, for example, with Port of Rotterdam and with GasUnie, the state-owned companies. They're participating a lot in sharing knowledge on infrastructure development in the port, for transport, for storage, and we facilitate this dialogue with key stakeholders in Latin America and other regions. And then last slide, what we value the most about the Hydrogen TCP, I can say, well, it's very extensive knowledge of network partners. It has a lot of history, so there's a lot of knowledge, and we learn also to make policy. So it's good to have facts, to have checked by experts on what is the development on natural hydrogen, on underground hydrogen storage. And we take all this knowledge back to the country, to the ministry, but not only to the ministry as well. For example, the dissemination activities we value a lot because these webinars can be followed by Dutch stakeholders, and we disseminate as well in our national hydrogen program. Invite also Dutch key stakeholders. At the end of this year, there will be a meeting in the Netherlands about the TCPs. So there's a lot of network within also other TCPs and experts, Dutch experts that are involved in several TCPs, and that's, I think, very valuable to stimulate that. And also there's possibility for co-financing. Sometimes research projects can be quite expensive. Not only one country can finance that. So if you can work together, you can facilitate these types of financing mechanisms and also try to access European funds or international calls, and this helps facilitate these type of processes. So we really value the collaboration with Latin America, hope that more Latin America countries and parties could join. Yeah, and thank you. With that I'd like to finish.
Is there any question for Carla? Good. Now we should proceed to the question and answer session, where we have half an hour just to ask some questions. I don't know if someone here present have any general question. I think we have one or two from the chat from people online.
Yes. We have a question for Brazil, and it's, what is the hydrogen production scenario in Brazil in the upcoming years?
Let me remember. I think 700,000 tons of hydrogen per year is existing production. We have a lot of new projects being announced, but effectively they are not economically feasible. So we have intended investments, announced investments, but we don't have effectively any specific project that we could give certainty about the production. We have a small scale hydrogen production for ammonia in the southern of Brazil, but I believe it's 2,000 kilograms per year for fertilizers. So, in fact, we have it concretely this 700,000 tons of hydrogen per year produced for refining fertilizer of existing units.
Thank you very much. Do we have another question from the people connected online?
Yes, in this case for Uruguay, and the question is, Uruguay has been very successful in its energy transition, and the question is, what key lessons could be applied to other developing countries looking to integrate hydrogen as a renewable energy sources?
Thank you. I think that one of the things that Uruguay has done was to create a strong institutional framework. It was based on a state policy that crossed all administrations. Then it was the political stability and the consistent government decisions which make the investment possible from the private sector, and as well to introduce not only the government, but also the private sector and the society in kind of consensus and agreement.
Thank you very much. And I think there was one last question.
In this case, the question is in Spanish, so I'm going to say it in Spanish. So in this case, ¿cuáles son las ventajas competitivas del Perú frente a los países de la región?
Okay. No, because I...
Depending on what he answers, he may not come out alive from this room. The question was the relative advantages of Peru with regards to the region.
As I mentioned it in my presentation, I think Peru has some opportunities, no? The first one I mentioned it, the huge renewable potential, no, not used until now, no, and the other one was the experience that we have with producing renewable hydrogen for a long 50 years, no? And also the other one is our experience with the exportation of natural gas, no? I think so that this free one give to Peru, or bring to Peru the experience to invest, no, in the hydrogen industry. But I think so that all the country has its value to produce green hydrogen. The most important is that in general the region, no, the South American region has a lot of opportunity to produce competitive hydrogen for the future, no? And I think so the whole market will be very huge also to give us the opportunity to export our hydrogen from South America to other part of the world, no? Yeah, this is an other strong issue, no? Peru has for approximately 30 years in constantly growing, no? Permanent growing of the economics. Yeah, and also the very low inflation is part of the strong our macroeconomics, no? But not all is good, because like several other countries, we have some political problems, no? It's very common in our countries, but I think the most important for the investor is that all these topics, the political and the macroeconomic, is separated, no? This is very important. It's not usual, but it's the situation of Peru, no?
Thank you. Do we have any other question here? Okay, I think. Oh, okay.
Actually, I do not have a question, but I would like to discuss something with you. So this year at TNO, we did a study. We have a constant discussion with the government, with companies, about the cost of producing hydrogen. And so there was a new cost element, the electricity grid tariff, the transport tariff. I heard today $5 per megawatt hour, raising to 15. We're experiencing 140 euros per megawatt hour. So we did a study, and we said, well, we can do a cost model. Cost model is easy, levelized cost of hydrogen. But we would like to have real numbers from industry. So, well, they said, okay, let's do the exercise together. We provide you the numbers under NDA, of course, and you do the calculations. So we received the numbers from the industry, and we did the calculations, and the levelized cost of hydrogen ranged from 9 euros per kilogram up to 16, with a intermediate value of about 13 to 14 euros per kilogram. So I see presentations today, and still IEA says cost could be fall under $2 per kilogram in 2030, and so on. And I think we're talking fairy tales here. So do you also still believe these numbers, or do you have other numbers? Because we see, let's say, well, and it's a levelized cost of hydrogen, of course, and the industry will find its way to optimize these numbers get some revenue from CO2 emission allowances that they can sell and so on. So the market will not see probably 13, but maybe more 9. But my question to you is, do you also see these kind of numbers, or do you believe in the 2 to 3 euros per kilogram by 2030? And if not, what are your numbers? I'm just curious to know. Sorry?
Unfortunately, the IEA is not here from the Global Hydrogen Review.
No, they're not, but the industry is
Yeah.
here. But the industry is here.
I would like to answer that question, though it wasn't a
It's an
question.
interesting
But I agree. The problem is,
Like your invitation,
yeah.
discuss off-take.
Well, but the problem is, the industry has to be here also. Because I'd like to ask to my colleagues from Latin America, if somebody is seeing and having that cost. We have been operating, Ariel showed our project in Comodoro Rivadavia. We've been working in Comodoro Rivadavia since 2009. We have performed cost analysis, and we have hired TNO to perform cost and studies for us. Okay, and we are far away of the $2 per kilo. And as we keep on showing $2 per kilo, all we're doing is putting earth on top of us. Because we are speaking of $2 per kilo, and when I mean top of us, I'm speaking of the industry. We are talking of $2 per kilo, and then we go to, in my case, the Chilean government, and say that with the transmission cost, it's not 5 or 15. It's over, in the last tender, it was over $45 and more close to $50 per megawatt, and in renewable energies, renewable, 50, I would say, dollars per kilowatt. But when we go to the government and say $50 per kilowatt plus $25 of transmission cost, which brings you to $75 as a cost, we are not going to be competitive, and we are not going to match the national strategy, which speaks of $2 per kilo, because a consultant company, I won't say the name, came out with that number, magic number. Yeah. Today we saw from...
are able to implement the huge amount up till 2030, and you take decision in 2030 for new projects that will come on stream 2035 and so on, then you can get to that, but only under all these conditions. And we have to be honest, I think, and have to be clear about that, and work our way around that. So that's my view. But if you have other views, you know, I'm happy to learn, because I'm struggling with this issue. Yeah, I see another comment. Let's have discussion.
Okay, nice discussion. Just talking without any names or based on our experience, those values of two, maybe 3 can be achievable, but not on grid-connected projects, what we are seeing, unless you have agreed with $30 per megawatt, which is...
are focused on not the 5 megawatt pilot project, but rather the 100 megawatt pilot project or large-scale project that can take advantage of the economy of scale, where they use, for example, one large transformer station and one large hydrogen separator and the purification, and they work as an integrated plant in order to reduce cost. That is the only scenario that we are seeing that we might reach $3 with today's technology. We're not talking about the forecast of cost reduction for 2030, but with actual quotes of today, mostly China technology. That is also one big red flag with the cost for today for Chinese equipment is 3 times lower than the rest of the competitors. So that might raise a question, because they're talking about that the new auction in Europe might restrict the use of Chinese equipment for the production of hydrogen, but at least in Europe. But here we are in Latin America, and if we don't have those restrictions, of course that we are going to go for the cheapest product in order to be competitive, because if not, we won't be competitive at all. So that's mainly from my point of view, what the market is, it's achievable, and especially with large capacity factors, but it won't be feasible, I believe, in small-scale projects and that are grid connected. That might be useful for a learning curve, but not much else, in my opinion.
I have a second question, because the analysis of IEA, you know, in the cost of hydrogen, you have the part of electricity cost. Electricity cost, electricity. And why they said that in Latin America it's cheaper? Because it's based on the low cost of electricity. Now, but it's nothing to do with hydrogen technology. Because nothing to do with hydrogen technologies, because there is other report on renewables. I don't know, it's very low, 0.1. Now, so we have also to question the renewable part of IEA. Is it true? Is it not true? What is the load factor, etc.? Because at the end, even you have we can take in the two sides, zero cost for renewable or zero cost for electrolyzer, you will have the remaining cost of the other part. So we have also to question the cost of renewables. Why they said now the cost of renewable of PV in Latin America is, I don't remember the number, but it's very, 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 very low. Is it true? The renewable report is based on that.
May I comment on this? And I think we have to go into one little detail. We are taking all these numbers, and I'll go question a little more than that, the fundamentals of the project. So we're taking this analysis as it was a recipe, and in all the models, in all the countries, it's going to be the same. I can tell you that in Chile, we have different projects and different models considering the situation. Most of the projects that are going to be competitive are not going to be on-grid projects, are going to be off-grid projects. And when we are talking about off-grid projects, we are talking about electricity prices ranging $20, $23 per megawatt. Yes, that's what we have. That's what we have. That's what we have. That's the numbers that we have. Off-grid projects. On-grid projects, I'm totally agree with the numbers that you said, because that's it. Off-grid projects with renewable sources dedicated to produce hydrogen are on that range. So those projects in large scales, in some of the cases in Chile, are ranging the prices between 4 to 6, and I'm talking just production. And that's something that is important to mention. Not all the projects are going to be the same, not all the regions and locations. There's a moment that this report from the IEA, Hydrogen Council, blah, 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 has to start making the differences between localizations and regionals and geographical correlations properly done. Not the business cases in Chile are going to be the same that in Peru or Argentina, and that's going to be the differential factors. Those are going to be the natural filters to start really advancing on the definition of the projects that are going to be really the 10% of these 400 projects that I mentioned that the IEA is reporting that is going to be, or a lot of projects that are going to be producing. So that's something that we need to understand. Not everything's going to be the same in all the countries. And it's not 100%, I would say it's 100% of course dependent, or 70% dependent on the electricity price, but there's another component that is the configuration of the project. And as I mentioned, in this moment in Chile, we have this range between 4 and 6, 7, and I'm talking gigascale projects. When we include in this component of the off-grid projects a component to complement and to reduce the capex of the electrolyzers with a component of the BESS storage to improve the capacity factors, the LCOA gets better. How much better? It's going to depend on the scale. It's going to depend on the configuration. It's going to depend on how much storage of hydrogen do you have. It's going to depend on the localization of the project, even in the same country. So there's another factors that have to be also taken into consideration to finally decide if the off-taker commits or not. but it's not something to say in this moment. There's still a lot of things to study that we can to take decisions. But at this moment, I agree with you. We are going to be far away from the two, far away. It's the double, the minimum, and then you have to include shipping costs, which is going to be a little bit more.
Well, in my case, and I'd like to complement your and your also comments, and we may be mistaken. I'm not saying we know the right and we are correct. We may be mistaken, but I'd like to share this. We are working on a project which is now entering conceptual engineering. So it's not there for a feed, but we're going on that direction. We are not on a pre-feasibility, first. Second, it's a 600 megawatt project, so it's not a 100, it's not a gigawatt, but it's 600 megawatt, and I mean electrolyzer capacity, okay? It's not in the best region. It's not in Magallanes, where you have capacity factors of 60% or 65%, which give you a plant factor which is very high. It's not there. But it's in an area where we have a reasonable good plant factor. And we are not making a cost which is below $7. And we are on an isolated system. We are not tied to the grid, because if we were on the grid, we were off market. So we had to redefine the whole project, and we are having something like 600 megawatt of photovoltaic, which is complemented, and that is a big upside, with wind farm, with a wind farm which has almost 400, 500, or 600 megawatts of wind farm. So we have photovoltaic, wind, isolated system. We are only taking from the grid for the auxiliary services of the plant. That's all. And we are looking if we're going to put batteries, because you mentioned batteries, which sounds great. You improve your plant factor. But the capex of batteries is really high. And that sometimes brings down your levelized cost of production. So, again, as I started, we may be totally mistaken in the way we are handling the project. But what I'm telling you is what we have done, and we are in a conceptual engineering state. We are not in an Excel sheet, and we are not on a pre-feasibility study. So, again, I'm not saying we have the truth and we know what we're doing. We're learning also. But what I'm trying to share with you is, with those premises which I've said, because costs are also tied to premises, you have to say under what premises you take the cost. Okay, I gave you some idea of what premises. We are within the range of $7 per megawatt. And if you look at, $7 per kilo. And if you look at the last bid in Chile for electricity, prices for, they were not high. Prices for photovoltaic were within the range of $35, $40 per megawatt. And prices for wind farms were within the range of $40 to $45 per megawatt. So I don't see, either in photovoltaic nor in wind, the $25 you mentioned. And on the previous bid, we had 25, but there were no offerers. All the offerers withdrew their offer because it was too low. There were no offerers for a $25 per megawatt. So that's what's going on in Chile from what we are learning and being there.
Just to mention the experience of Chile, we did that call for financing the first project with $50 million of subsidy. That gave us the opportunity to share with the developers of the company that were developing the project, the Excels that they have, the different scenario, etc. Internally, we were discussing in Corfo if we need an Excel or a proper model. Really, it's better that each, as said Rebecca, each of the companies have their own case. The case are absolutely different. So it's the learning curve that we did. From those 5 projects, just one is just getting the goal of being commissioning on December 2025. And they are the only able to have an offer in between $5 and $7 by kilo. For a number of years, or a real offer to the demand. So we need to test and each of the company have their own case, really.
I want to commend the experience of the Peru. The electricity cost, the energy cost in Peru is $30 per megawatt hour. Okay, the capacity payment is another additional $10, and the transmission is another $10. So the total cost is $50 per megawatt hour. But the capacity payment and the transmission payment is only paid by the consumer that use the energy in the peak hour. So if you can avoid to consume energy in the peak hour, your average cost of electricity is $30 per megawatt hour. So any big client who can live out the peak hour can use the electricity in $30 per megawatt hour. I suppose for this reason is working to produce currently a competitive price. But this only regulation and it's not. This regulation is not because of the hydrogen. It's since the beginning of the reform. Is to create incentive to not to put additional capacity generation in the peak hour.
Sorry, we need to remember that we are in the middle of energy transition. That is, we are decommissioning coal plants. We have restrictions of transmission. Transmission lines are not at time that were planned because all the improvement that they need. So we have curtailment of the energy. So it's in a scenario without hydrogen, left hydrogen outside. You have, in the same power system, you have very large challenges. In fact, we made a study after seeing the experience with this call of $50 million. We made a study concerning the cost, the supply energy cost, optimal supply of energy cost to the hydrogen project, and it's available. We made there a very detailed analysis of how the cost of energy, not just for hydrogen, for all the industries in Chile, could be reduced. And it is available. If you would like, I could share with you in Spanish. But I think that it could be useful. And the idea also is that the hydrogen project could sell ancillary service to the network, to the grid, as the renewable power plant could also sell ancillary service to the grid in a context that the thermal power plant are decommissioning, so somebody, the renewables, could sell this new ancillary service that are required, that are increasing a lot. And in this process of transformation, there are costs that not need to be so high that they are. So we need some regulation in order to reduce the cost of the energy.
Yeah, maybe I agree with you that, let's say, each project is different, and every company will have its own costing tool and calculations. And actually, that was the reason why we did our study, saying, let's do the calculation together with a cost model that we make, and you provide us the data, so we have a shared basis for discussion. Because otherwise, everyone is with his own model and with his own assumptions, so let's do it together. And the industry found that a good idea. When we started the whole hydrogen discussion, like Carla mentioned, it was about 2016, I think. And we had almost every week an event on hydrogen, talking how great hydrogen is and the possibilities and so on. And every week you saw the cost decreasing. And in the end, we ended up at 300 euros per kilowatt investment cost. Now, of our exercise with the average, and so there is a bandwidth, and you can, I can send you the report. There is a bandwidth, but on average, we arrived at 3,000 euros per kilowatt total project cost, including everything. And that is what you usually see with the investment cost. They're only considering part of the total scope and not a complete project, if you include everything. So that was one learning. And the other one, yeah, for the Netherlands, we were a natural gas-based country, still are, largely fossil-based. And now we have to electrify, and we have to invest hugely in our electricity grid. And for that reason, you see the cost going up enormously. And so we face now 140 euros per megawatt hour, just transport tariff. And so it's huge. In total, very high cost. And I was just wondering whether you see the same, trend in cost or not. I think we have to be honest, and indeed, €7 per $7 per kilogram, I think, is a good market price right now. 7, 8, probably.
In American countries, and we heard that from Brazil, we heard it from Chile, and I can tell you in Argentina, we need high investments in transmission.
Yeah.
Though the project is tied or not to the transmission grid, so electricity prices will rise. We need high investments in transmission.
Sorry, I think that.
And then you may go to what you mentioned, which is true, isolated project, not taking from the grid, because the grid prices will keep on going high because somebody has to pay for those transmission investments.
Exactly, and that's actually relates to this LCA or this acceptance study also, because the industry is saying, well, with our electrolysis, we can also, let's say, relax the investments off because we can, but in the end, strengthening of the grid is needed, and someone has to pay. And you cannot, let's say, exclude the industry and put all the costs on the consumers, because they also have to go with the transition, and they face already a lot of costs. So yeah, difficult discussion, but that's what we see. You're right. Yeah.
But if you think in Chile, the total power capacity of the country, it is 33 gigawatts. If you think in replacing the coal plants, you need at least 20 gigawatts. And our goal in electrolyzer capacity is 30 gigawatts. So it's a huge increment of the capacity of the grid. I don't know if really how much transmission line are you going to require, and if those transmission lines are able to build, because the society doesn't want.
We need a lot of copper.
And yeah, but the people doesn't want this transmission line on the yard.
I want to leave just one topic, because I'm asking myself this question also, is what is the total availability of electrolysis production today, and what will be the total availability of electrolysis production in 2030 or 2050? And if the projects expand as they will, my question is, in the modeling all of us take, saying technology-wise we will have a decrease in cost, my question is, what would electrolyzer manufacturers do? Will they decrease the cost with the high demand they will have? Because I will think demand will exceed offer, okay? And therefore,
Sergio,
I don't see that technology cost will decrease. So again, I'm coming back to the issue of scale. I think scale has to do with projects, obviously. But I would like to see what the cost of the electrolyzer, which all of us are projecting in our models, will decrease. What will happen?
We make this call for manufacturing, assembling electrolyzers in Chile, because why the companies are going to sell electrolyzer to a small country, we don't know. So just for saying that we received 10 applications, 10 proposals, and the half of those proposals come from China.
I always remember we went for the first time in our project to negotiate with Enercon in Germany. That was, Ariel is here, what was that? 2000 and what? 14, 15? 14? 2014. There was a boom in Europe with wind generation. And they told us, yeah, we can quote, but it will be for a delivery 2 years ahead. And we said, that's too far away for our project. And we ended paying like 20% over what the prices at that time were, because of demand. And we are it was a small country, a big country. For manufacturers, business is business, and it will be that way, I'm guessing.
Maybe just to comment the electrolyzer manufacturing capacity, there was a nice report last year which says that the capacity for last year was 32.8 gigawatts of capacity for production. So it means that's not the blocking point. I mean, they have overcapacity for some years. Because you've seen the targets. I mean, if we are able to manufacture 30 gigawatts every year down to 2030, that should be okay.
Yeah, well, but I still think that these are also announcements, a lot of announcements. Sergio, I think, yeah, I think there are a lot of announcements on expanding capacity. But if you look at what is it really installed? Because what I hear is that they're waiting for FIDs to be taken. And as long as no FIDs are taken, they will not, let's say, install the manufacturing lines. Well, that was actually the point I wanted to make, because you mentioned that Europe is very strict on, I think it was you, very strict on using electrolyzers. I just read a news article saying that US is even stricter on using Chinese electrolyzers, so that offers an opportunity for Latin America to let the Chinese electrolyzers come in at low cost, because in China they have overcapacity, they say.
But the issue is if the financiers are going to finance the project with Chinese electrolyzers or not.
Yeah, I mean, well, we can have a geopolitical discussion here about China. That's not a discussion, but yeah. We face a lot of challenges, and I think if we all come together within the Hydrogen TCP to discuss these kind of issues and do studies into these other topics, then that would be great. Yeah, so that's it from my part, but thank you for the discussion. You want to do the closing remark? Okay, let's do.
No, I don't want to stop the discussion, but no, because, okay, I make some, not only closing remark, but maybe some conclusion of this discussion. First, I will go there. First, what could be the role of the TCP? I want to underline that the TCP is belonging to the IEA family, okay, but we are not the IEA. So we are not allowed to express the message from IEA. Of course, we can repeat the Global Hydrogen Review, but we are not allowed to tell the opinion of IEA. But at the opposite, we are free to have some different opinion on behalf of TCP. So the discussion here is a good example. For example, what we could do, of course, maybe in the future, I don't know when exactly, but we could express through a document, through, I don't know, a report, something, this issue of the assumption of the cost of and we can debate with IEA if we want. So it's just to illustrate what we can do at the TCP level. So we are free to have our own view on the cost. Cost is very important. On the other aspects, etc. So it's a first conclusion I can tell you, because I think it's very important. And of course, it's more we will have a country, for example, from Latin America, more we will have a strong position. So I encourage Argentina, Colombia, because Colombia is not there, but it's a very important country for hydrogen in Latin America. Peru, Chile, and Uruguay to join as quick as possible the TCP. It's my message. Second, this discussion about the cost has huge impact, in fact, because if you are looking at the national strategy, we sell to the policymaker the fact that, okay, it's expensive at the beginning, but very soon the cost will decrease. And the policy is based on the fact that, okay, we can subsidize the gap between the cost and the real cost and the market cost, and but this subsidy will finish soon in 5 years because the cost will be €2 per kilo. So, in fact, but even it's not good for us. I think we have to express the truth and to tell exactly what's happening in the cost, even maybe could have some negative aspect. And last impact I can see is about the international trade, because the international trade ID is based on the fact that in some countries it's much, much cheaper than in other countries. Is the idea of the bilateral agreement. So if the cost is very expensive in some countries, not so cheap, why not producing more and at home? It's another thing we can discuss. Okay, it was my first foot on that. And another remark, yes, I was thinking, as I mentioned this morning, this TCP finally is a platform for you. You saw this morning what we are doing, but we can do more. We can do, for example, I noticed in the different presentation of today by different country that I never see a collaboration between countries. We saw a lot of collaboration between European countries and some Latin America countries, but between Latin America countries, correct me if I am wrong, but I don't see a very big collaboration level to exchange on R&D, on training, on best practice, on etc. I don't know. I have this impression. So the TCP could play the role of a platform to facilitate the collaboration between inside Latin America if we have members, of course. So it's a second message, and the same for infrastructure. You know, in Europe, we have project in Netherlands, but it's not independent project in Netherlands. It's connected with the project in Germany. It's connected with what we call the European backbone. So it's we have a common project in Europe for infrastructure. It's not only one country, because there is no sense in Europe that a country will play alone. So I think it's another topic from the Latin America. And what else? We can notice some difference between Latin America countries. I am not sure it's a question from my side, but it was mentioned that the cost of capital is an important factor for the total cost. I noticed that this morning. But maybe it's not the same in Uruguay, in Argentina, I don't know. Huh? It's not the same, because I understand Uruguay is very stable, so the risk, the political risk is lower. So I guess that the bankers are more, it's more easy to get funds. It's just my, I am not a financial, but I can get. In Peru, there is a stable growth, so it's something like that. So maybe it's an interesting fact. And the last thing is about the hydrogen TCP could play a role of connection between these different type of countries, developed countries, developing countries, emerging countries, middle-income countries. So I think I say that because for us it's a new topic, but combined with collaboration with mission innovation, we decide in the next year to have more effort in this direction. It's quite new for us because we were focused more on developed countries. But also the energy transition, we saw little the social or societal aspect. The energy transition at the global level will succeed only if we have on board all the countries, not only some countries. And even the gender issue, even all the social issue we saw. So it could be also another topic of interest for the next year. And okay, so it was my comments. Maybe, I don't know, I have some closing remark, final closing remark, but I think it's okay. So just to thank you, all the speakers, to thanks again Aichiko for welcoming us, and especially the executive committee meeting tomorrow on Thursday. And I say this morning that this workshop was a place to discuss. So thank you, Marcel. You launched a very interesting discussion. And I hope we will be able to continue this exchange between us. Even you are not now a member, don't hesitate to contact us with Rocio and the Secretariat to organize some exchange, etc. Because I think we can rely on that to continue this collaboration and exchange. Okay, I think it's all from my side. Thank you again for your participation. I think we have something just after. A cocktail after, so we can continue the discussion. Thank you very much, and I hope maybe we will be able to organize another workshop when Argentina will become a member. Sorry. Thank you very much. Uruguay.